Good morning, everyone, once again, particularly students at the BJ Hall. We will begin in the next 10 minutes. Okay? You all may continue to network. Thank you.
Hello. Hello. Check, check, check.
Once more, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. May I have your attention, please? Dear class of 2025, I, Professor Ritesh Hardhankar, on behalf of all the faculty members and staff of SVKM's and MIMS's School of Business Management, welcome you all to our radiant echelon of management cohort. Congratulations to you for making it to NMIMS. Today is an extraordinary day, one that we have eagerly awaited with anticipation. It represents the culmination of years of hard work and dedication. The day where your efforts bear fruit and your transformative journey begins. Again, on behalf of everybody, it's my great honor and privilege to extend a warm welcome to each one of you on this prestigious occasion, which makes and marks the start of another transformation. As I continue this occasion, allow me to welcome our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. Ramesh Bhatt, and our Dean, Dr. Prashant Mishra. Please welcome them with a round of applause. Thank you. Now we have an important announcement to be made. Can you all take your phones out, please? Look at your phone and ensure it's on the silent mode. Once it is on the silent mode, you can keep it back. Thank you. There's some issue with the audio at the BJ Hall. We will start the moment that is rectified. Dear students, it is now with great pleasure that I introduce Honorable Vice Chancellor Dr. Ramesh Bhatt. Prior to assuming the role of Vice Chancellor at NMIMS University, Dr. Bhatt served as the Dean of our school, SBM, playing a pivotal role in its remarkable growth and achievements. With over 4 decades of experience in teaching, research, consulting, and administration, Dr. Bhatt has established himself as an esteemed and distinguished figure in the field of academia and university management and administration. Dr. Bhatt's expertise spans various areas, including corporate finance, health finance and policy, and private equity. Before joining NMIMS, he held the position of professor at IIM Ahmedabad, where he also served as a chairperson of area and management development programs. From 2009 to 2014, he served as the executive chairman of One Management Systems, a company he co-founded. In addition to these roles, Dr. Bhatt has contributed as an adjunct and visiting faculty at renowned institutions such as ISB Hyderabad, the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill, India program, IIM Udaipur, IMI New Delhi, the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, and Sri Ram College of Commerce. His expertise has been sought after by the Ministry of Human Resource Development, MHRD India, where he served as an advisor, and he has also been involved in various committees of the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare and the Planning Commission. Now, I invite the Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. Ramesh Bhatt, to address our students and share his valuable insights. Please welcome him with a round of applause.
Well, very good morning to all of you. Good morning. Okay, so welcome and congratulations to all of you on making to the SBM MBA program of NMIMS University. I think you got your first lessons taking out your mobile phone and keeping it on silent mode. I would suggest to keep it off for the next 2 years. Well, on behalf of our faculty and staff, I am delighted to welcome you to the School of Business Management. I know you have been through a very highly competitive selection process. And all of us at the university, at the School of Business Management, take pride in your achievements and making it to the part of the SBM and MIMS. Well, you should be proud that you are part of the 4-decade-old legacy of the SBM, which has been in the forefront of providing management education to develop leadership skills in a forward-thinking and fast-changing business environment. Well, we take pride in being part of the SVKM Trust. When you see the logo of the NMIMS University, SVKM Trust is our parent institution, renowned for its exceptional contribution to higher education almost for more than 9 decades. This remarkable reputation has been forged through the visionary leadership of our Honorable Chancellor, Shri Amrish Patel. Well, when you look at SVKM, it stands for the Shri Vile Parle Kelwani Mandal. Vile Parle is the place where we are sitting. Now, Kelwani in this word, Mandal means it is a trust. Kelwani in SVKM means to impart, develop, and nurture the students by focusing on their physical, intellectual, ethical, and philosophical approaches to life. And the NMIMS logo, which you see, is the visual representation of our university vision, values, brand, and the identity. the symbolic representation of inherent qualities and vision is represented by 4 elements if you closely look at the logo. Elephant, which is the largest land mammal admired for wisdom, knowledge, strength, and loyalty. Black bands representing books, that is your knowledge. Red quadrant denotes the passion. And laurel, also proud entrant to a program which has a mission of developing transformational leaders for an inclusive and sustainable world. Well, this is the time, perhaps no time like the present one, to sharpen your transformational skills. I may also say that you are also a proud entrant to the SBM, which follows principles of assurance of learning as per the AACSCB accreditation system. AACSCB is a global accreditation agency, and our SBM is accredited by the AACSCB, which represents the highest standard of achievement for business school worldwide, and this makes our school set itself apart, focus on high quality and having global recognition. Where you are also part of the university which is NAAC A+ accredited and Tier 1 university, with graded autonomy status granted to 29 universities out of 900 universities in India. Well, you are also part of the school that has very innovative and successful civic engagement We Care program, which received AACSCB Innovations That Inspire Award 2023. Well, you are also joining the SBM at a time when some remarkable changes are unfolding before our eyes. I think the emergence of generative artificial intelligence leading to a whole lot of managing the behaviors, managing the businesses through the algorithmic kind of a system. And in the past, the developments of like Internet of Things, crypto ledger systems, attention economy, they are all getting played before our eyes right at this moment. In particular, the application of generative artificial intelligence has unleashed a series of disruptive changes. Several initiatives started in these areas over the years are coming to fruition and is likely to change the world and how businesses will be managed. Right now, many PhD dissertations, a lot of R&D, the research being carried by scientists across the globe is in the process of testing various levels of cognitive capabilities and intelligence of these artificial intelligence systems using the domains like vision, theory of mind, coding, mathematics, affordance, and privacy detection systems. Among other things which is trying to test, they focus on testing the ability to reason, solve problems, think abstractly, comprehend complete ideas, learning quickly and learning from experience. But there are still many areas like solving the problems which requires thinking several steps in advance, or sometimes what we say in management, connecting the dots. It is still not performed well on those counts. No doubt that changes which are happening currently in the system They are very significant. And it will keep on us reminding that we always need to remain relevant in this constantly changing global world. And therefore, we need to develop on the skills which will keep us relevant all the times and in the times to come. And our curriculum is aimed at that primarily. But once we discuss these generative AI systems, I think I will just put up a word of caution. We must always be cautious at this moment, as I think many of you would have also experienced. No doubt that it is a great tool, but it is far from perfect. There are many instances of the tool not being able to fully meet the expectations, particularly when you are dealing with the highly unstructured situations which generally the managers deal with. Sometimes, as a user of the AI systems, the responses are not complete, and many of you would have also experienced. Many times, answers are logically false, and at times, producing forced incorrect information. In fact, a colleague of mine who was working on some research problem and asked the ChatGPT to give the bibliography, I think it forced to produce some fictitious list of references which did not exist anywhere in the world. And once the researchers started locating those research papers and references, they did not find any of those references. I think there is some fear being created. I was reading a story yesterday that a artificial intelligence operated drone killed the operator, and which turned out to be false information. So there is also a lot of attempt that there is some fear being created that looking at the way the problems, and you are going to be armed with the technology orientation and also helping you to develop the positive attitudes of being adaptable, agile, and with the real capabilities and abilities to influence and motivate through logical reasoning and depth storytelling. Well, when we look at these words and ideas or aspirations, it looks that it is a tall order of learning agenda and a very ambitious one. And I'm sure that many of you will feel a challenge how to engage with the learning process to develop all these kind of capabilities and skills. So perhaps you still have some time, maybe 2 days, to quit. But I'm sure that since you have taken the plunge, you will not go back. Well, I'm just going to, based on my experience of 40 years in teaching and substantial time of my time in teaching the MBA students, narrate how to do it. And how is always a very difficult question, because how is the question which deals with the strategy. And strategy always requires thinking. So you have to apply your mind in a very focused manner. Well, how do you start asking this question that, how do I do it? This tall order of agenda and ambitious one, how do I go about it? So to understand this how question, I think you can start by asking a very simple question, right? So I'm going to pose you certain questions. And one of the traits which you can develop right now from here, whenever some question is asked, you start contemplating your answer to that in a very quick and fast manner. And then when the answer is given, then test whether your answer was okay, correct, or significantly different from what answer is. But generally in management, there are no good or bad answers. So you have to really reflect on, even if your answer was not what was told you, you need to reflect on maybe your answer has many hidden opportunities. But I think start developing this habit of, when somebody asks a question, start speculating what could be the possible answer of that question. So I'm going to ask this question to you, particularly to help you to respond to this question, how do I do it? Well, the question which is which I am going to ask is that what is my mission of doing MBA? Or if you have not thought about that previously, then you can reformulate this question that what should be my mission? So start thinking. So what is my mission of doing MBA? Of course, the other day I was in another meeting and I asked the similar question to the MBA aspirants, and they told me that their mission was to get a good placement, right? Don't focus on that, but really look at that in substantive terms. What is your mission of doing an MBA? Or what should be your mission? I think it is, while I am saying few things, you keep on thinking that articulate the mission. The question is that why you should have that answer to that question. It's because if you know the mission, you will always remain focused. If the mission has been articulated correctly, I think then better it would be. The results would be better. And tomorrow you may decide any career path, but this mission which you decide or define for yourself will remain, always will remain as your guiding path, kind of a thing. If you do not have the mission, like it's a very well documented research in management that the companies which have excelled and have sustained themselves, all those companies had the mission and the vision. So not having the mission or not having the understanding of the mission, it is possible that you may not reach anywhere. And there's a saying that what is the use of running when you are not on the right road? So could you think that what is your mission? Let me give you some references and some ideas that possibly how you can articulate this and how to decode this part, because this is something very important when you are beginning your journey. Well, if you look at the professions like medicine, architecture, accounting, or law, this mission kind of an business would be very obvious. Like say if you go to the medicine school and you say, what is your mission? They will say, my mission is to create the health and my mission is to create the healthier societies. When you go to the law school, you ask them, what is your mission? They will say, my mission is to deliver the justice, protect rights, create just societies. And when you go to the School of Architecture, you ask, what is your mission? They will say, create quality built environment. And when you go to the accounting school, you ask, what is your mission? They will say, our mission is to make sure that we safeguard the assets of the economy. But when you go to the business school, what is your mission? What are you supposed to do? What will be the school preparing you for? What will be you trained for? And how do you spend these 2 precious years and investing a lot of time and a lot of resources? What will be educated for? And after you graduate, how you are going to practice that? I think these are the kind of questions you need to ask when you try to define your mission. I'm sure that this thought process would have come to your mind. And one way we at the business schools have been trying to articulate this mission is that when you join the MBA program, you will be trained to create value. Now this value, don't confuse this value in terms of the money part. At SBM, our ethos, the characteristic spirit of our culture as manifested in our attitudes and aspirations is nurture the positive power of value creation with integrity. Now you will have the education, you will have the training, you will have the practice being among the best in the world, and you will be shown that how to find out the ways, how to develop the strategies, and strategies that create the value, explore options, and everything, case studies, exercises, internal continuous assessments, just to create value. So plunge into the area where there is a need to create value. But at the same time, while pursuing your education, you must be conscious of the fact that the highest goals of management have transitioned from profit maximization principles to a mission of value creation with integrity. That means being primarily ESG sensitive in current times. And there's one very simple test, given the infinite variety of business situations that can be varied as life itself. The purpose of management is to improve human life by creating value with integrity. The endeavors must be sensible, deriving from central idea of nature, flowering into a beautiful entity. That is what I think, what we say, you will remain always ESG compliant. So make sure that this ethical value creation is always your North Star to guide you. You will be going through a series of exercises to look at a problem and find how to fix it. You will be looking at a system which is broken many times and think about how to improve it. At times you will be forced to look at the need or the demand which is unfulfilled. In a nutshell, management is all about how to bring together people, resources, and create systems, create the processes, and create the structures, and through the channels you create the value for the organization and for the society. It is not the money. It is ultimately the people, processes, and technology. How do you put them together? I call it PPT of management. I do not know why Bill Gates, Microsoft, called their PowerPoint presentations as PPT when it should have been PPP, PowerPoint presentation. But people, processes, and technology, PPT is the management. It is decoding the management processes, behaviors of people that lead to maximum productivity by using technology, and what makes a leader effective. Now, if you follow this track of value creation with integrity, I feel you will find your way. Of course, you need to customize it at your end in some significant and in some serious manner, particularly the paths of careers which you are going to choose to fine-tune it. But make sure that you develop and shape your DNA in next 2 years' power to create this value. We feel that at the SBM, you are destined to be value creator. But this can happen if you remain open to learning. It will not happen automatically. You have the vision, you have the mission, but how to translate that mission into achievement is being open to the process of learning. Well, it looks simple stuff, but I tell you that it is not that simple. In practice, it is not easy. It is very difficult. And that is where the SBM curriculum, which has been designed, is designed in the way that it helps you to navigate this journey. And you are stepping into the learning ecosystem, and I'm sure that when you start, you will experience a fantastic fusion of learning opportunities the SBM has created for you. The school will provide and create opportunities for you to learn and give you a lot of opportunities to help you to handle the varied challenges. Now, how you play this fusion and prepare yourself depends on you and your determination, and in particular, your attitudes and your habits. As they say in performing arts and music, harder you practice, particularly on habits and attitudes, luckier you get. So I'm sure that you will use this opportunity which you have got in your life, joining the SBM, interacting with the esteemed faculty of the SBM, and you will make sure that you use this time to nurture these leadership qualities. And I'm sure that while you are in the process of all this learning, like strengthening your knowledge base, ensuring that you are able to translate that knowledge into action, which means that you develop the skills of using the knowledge. And in that process, developing the critical thinking skills. But I'll tell you that the attitudes and the habits play a very critical role. And therefore, the term which you are going to hear again and again is an acronym called CASH. It is K-A-S-H, not C-A-S-H. When you say K-A-S-H, it stands for knowledge, K stands for knowledge, A stands for attitudes, S stands for skills, and H stands for habits. Now your knowledge is of no use if you do not have a positive attitude how you use this knowledge and convert this knowledge into skills. Therefore, attitude comes before skills. You will never be able to translate any knowledge into skills without the good attitude. And habit of being regular, continuous learning, and focusing on all the time the rigor is a habit. If you do not keep that habit, then you will not be able to get the very good leadership qualities. All your knowledge and skills will be very superficial if you have not developed the habit of being and bringing rigor in your approach all the time. That is the habit part of it. And attitude part of is that your will, determination, which will drive the effectiveness of whatever you do. And without good attitude, you will not make knowledge of any good. And without the habit of bringing rigor in your approach and maintaining some kind of a continuity in your pursuit will not help you anywhere. Therefore, this is a complex interaction of knowledge, attitudes, skills, and habits. So management education is that how these four play in your life and how do you manage these four dimensions in your life, right? So when you focus on, we always say that focus on maximizing the cash, knowledge which can come very easily, there will be a lot of, but skills come very hard way, right? And what we also suggest that when you are going to be in the school, you will be always asked to create the balance sheet of companies, right? What I also suggest that how do you make sure that you also create your balance sheet of cash on everyday basis and keep on knowing the fact and keep on tracking the fact that what is the knowledge you have acquired, what are the skills you have developed. I think keeping track on the skills is the most important thing, not on knowledge, but on the skills. And many times while interacting with the students, I always find that when I ask, say, after first term, tell me what is the one or two skills you have developed in the one term. they always find it difficult to articulate what is the skill they have developed. Of course, on the top of their mind, they will always say time management is the best skill they have learned here. But not any domain specific, like say, did they develop a skill of analyzing a financial statement? Did they develop a skill of market segmentation, how to do it? So your knowledge is there that market segment is done in this way or financial analysis is done this way, but is that something which you will able to do it? So focus on this cash component and make it sure that the attitude and habits you bring in a good balance with you to make sure that you are developing these competency in a very balanced way, because that is the kind of time you have got for 2 years to shape up these attitudes, to shape up these habits. And from my experience, I'll tell you that is the most difficult aspect to work on for the 2 years. But if you decide that you are going to excel, I'm sure that you are going to produce great results. And in that process, our curriculum, which is based on assurance of learning system, will keep on monitoring your performance around these themes. And we'll keep on giving you the feedback through the quizzes, through the internal continuous assessments, through the projects. Even when you are discussing some case situation in a class, you get some instantaneous feedback. So make sure that you use this time in a very effective manner. Because most of the time you try to adopt what we call a chalta hai kind of an attitude, which I think many of us are used to it. But make sure that you pay the attention to these 4 dimensions in a very careful manner, because the curriculum which you will be experiencing, which is assurance of learning based, which is linked to our program goals, which perhaps you have seen in our communications. So make sure that all the feedback which you keep on receiving through various mechanisms, there will be hundreds of them, even a lot of feedback will come to you through your colleagues in the classroom, that when you was discussing this point, was you very effective in that presentation? Could you articulate your point well? You must take this opportunity because you are sitting in some simulator for next 2 years without a risk of losing a job or losing your career because you are in the simulator, right? If you even make errors, it's not going to create a big harm for you, but it is going to give you a great learning. So make sure that you really take advantage of this time. And at the university, we are really proud of our faculty and staff who do their best in creating this kind of an environment. But you have to, I think the onus of taking the advantage of that depends on you. And you will get enough opportunities to pursue a whole lot of challenging assignments. And one thing which we are very proud that our faculty is highly interlinked with the industry and what is happening in the business situations. And I'm sure that you will experience a great learning process while you are taking your education over the next 2 years. The other kind of an opportunity, I think, which plays a significant role in developing your skills of creative thinking is working in teams. See, when we say creative thinking cannot happen in vacuum or in absolute way, sitting on the table and sitting in your room alone and doing some creative thinking. I think 99% of the creative thinking comes through the working in the teams and the groups. Because when you work in the teams, you are able to hear the diverse perspectives. That is what will lead to the creativity. So understand the advantage of when you are told that you will be divided into the teams and groups. Make sure that you are able to take the advantage of the team thinking and develop your skills of creative thinking. That is I think the best way to develop your skills of creative thinking. Well, sometimes when you, again I take you back to this Maverick story, and he tells his students in the beginning that when you fly, because he's an instructor of training them for flying, you feel you are right side up, but when you really find that actually you are upside down. I think next 2 years, I think you are going to experience many such situations during your learning process. Because your thinking, your arguments, your preparation will be challenged at many times in the process. And that is what will make you strong. And you should not have any egos in that process that, oh, somebody countered my viewpoint. I think take this every opportunity as a learning process. And I tell you that there are no shortcuts in this process. It's a very hard way of learning. Now you cannot hack the skill of being value creator. You have to really work hard. You need to have the entrepreneurial mindset for learning. Not just simple mindset, but entrepreneurial mindset of learning, who knows how to take risks, who knows how to go about in shaping the ideas, and so on and so forth. Best performance, what happens and what you many times see happening in the industry, best performance is not accidental. And the great decisions which the managers take, it is not serendipity. It is real hard work and understanding with a lot of empathy. And I always give this example of music, that how difficult or hard it is to learn, and the kind of effort which one has to put in the learning process. But in this process, I think never get struck down by challenges and difficulties. If you face any frustration, frustration is a good news and good information for you that you are engaged in the process at emotional level. And unless in learning you are engaged at emotional level, learning will not happen. And frustration is a one very good indicator of that whether you are attached with the thing at a chalta hai level, functional level, transaction level, or you are attached with the learning process at emotional level. More the frustration, more you are attached at the emotional level. But you need to learn the ways how to deal with that frustration. And from my experience, I can tell you a few steps. One important step is that coming prepared for the class. And I tell you that the students, I have been interacting with the students for a long number of years. Every time the student has come prepared for the class, even if he has spent, let us say, half an hour on the topic which is going to be discussed, his understanding of that topic and his ability to convert that knowledge into skills improves by about 30 to 40%. And I'm telling you this from my experience. So if every class when you come, even if you have spent 15 minutes or 20 minutes on the topic and you have asked some key questions that what is this topic going to deal, what question it is going to answer, how it is going to help me develop my understanding, and so on and so forth. So make sure you focus on coming prepared for the class. And second is the working in the teams. I think you will have a lot of groups, formal groups as well as informal groups. Spend time in developing the conversation on what you are discussing in the class, what you are going to discuss in the class every day. Spend some time on reflection. What have you prepared, what you got in the class, and how has it helped you to improve? That's what the concept of learning diary which comes into. I think if you do this, you are also making a very important step in your life to make yourself what we call self-directed learner. And if you develop the skill of self-directed learner, I think your future is assured, because what you do today in the class or tomorrow, after 3 or 4 years, it will be out of circulation. But if you prepare yourself to be self-directed learner, I think you will find that you will gain a lifelong skill which will take you a long distance in shaping your careers significantly. I think a piece of advice, keep the distractions, diversions, disturbance away. That was the mobile phone thing. Keep it switched off at least every day for maybe 6 or 7 hours to have your peaceful learning, unless you are using the phone for your learning. But I'm sure that when you go through the foundation program, many of these things will be discussed. Spend some time in internalizing these, because these are not very easy things. And this has also come up with the great deal of experience in terms of that what matters most in shaping somebody's career. But I'm sure that once you put everything in place, there may be times you may still find that things are difficult. Right? Think of in those times when you are finding the things difficult, taking a long walk. Like you can visit Juhu Beach here and walking on the sand. It will give you an enjoyment no campus provides. Or going to a favorite place in the city, taking a walk. And it will energize you. If you hate walking, participate in the local small marathons. Like Save the World, Save the Ocean, or find out some cause. Even if you find that difficult, just go to the quadrangle of your campus only during the lunchtime to listen to the good music. And I'm sure that the music listening increases dopamine in the mind, which is essential for learning and increasing memory power. So welcome to the world of SBM, the bliss of learning, paradise of cash, and nurturing positive power of value creation with integrity. And my last verse, I take you back to the story of Maverick. When asked by his boss And in one of the conversation, his boss tells him that, well, Maverick, you should have been 2-star admiral. You should have been CEO of this organization. But you are still captain. You are still a foreman. How come? Now, Maverick replies that life has its own mysteries and regrets. Now, make sure that when you complete this program after 2 years and enter in the corporate world, you are not surrounded by any mysteries or regrets. Never have the regret that, oh, I could have spent this time well to hone my skills, competencies, but time is too late. Like Maverick says that he has a lot of regrets that he could have done this, he could have done that. Well, when you leave this campus after 2 years, you will be leaving with lasting bonds, relationship with your professors. So nurture those relationships. You will be going out having made a lot of good friends. So nurture those relationships. But I'm sure that your learning will be imbued with accumulated learning and energy of generations that have passed through the corridors, quadrangle, and classrooms of NMMS. And some of them are in very, very high positions today. You are a proud member of the SBM whose alumni are in great positions. And whenever time permits, you can go to the quadrangle. There is a Hall of Fame wall of fame, so you can see that our alumni, what they have done. Now, there is an old expression about how some people live to work and others work to live. Just make it sure that when you play hard. Prepare hard when you prepare. Learn hard when you are learning. Listen hard when you are in the class. And that will pave the way for the habit of working hard when you will be at the work after 2 years. And I'm sure that you will have no regrets at that point in time. Now, this is the time to invest in your career. Make the most of your time. There is no vacation for next 2 years, I can tell you. Set boundaries, but ensure what you do within those boundaries matter most for your career. So happy learning and maximizing cash. Happy following of value creation mission. आप सबको बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं for your learning journey.
Thank you, sir, for such a rich, beautiful, and insightful address to our students. Before we take a short break, here are 2 announcements. 2 students have deposited their luggage outside the auditorium. This is to remind them to collect it at the end of the day. Don't leave without your luggage. Second announcement, 2 students named Jaiprakash Gadirkar and Mudit Agarwal have forgotten their Aadhaar cards at the registration desk. They are requested to retrieve these from Ms. Ashwini Dighe, who sits on the academic office on the 9th floor during their lunch break. And now we take a 20 minutes break and we'll be back by 11:20 a.m. in the auditorium. Thank you. You can use the entrance to the right as well, exit to the right, and also at the back if you want to visit the washroom.
हेलो 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 जा रहा क्या हेलो हेलो हेलो
MBA Batch, School of Business Management, NMMS, Inauguration MBA Batch 2023 2025. Hello, good morning, sir. Good morning, sir. Okay, ठीक है.
हेलो, कैन यू हियर मी?
आया
आया, पीछे उधर आ रहा है। तुम्हें बोलो कुछ बोलने के लिए भी, आप रिप्लाई करो, एक बोलो डायलॉग करने के लिए। हाँ, प्लीज वहां से कुछ बोलिए।
हेलो, गुड मॉर्निंग मैडम।
गुड मॉर्निंग, आप मुझे सुन सकते हैं?
यस मैडम।
लाउड एंड क्लियर?
या
ओके, एक सेकंड, मैं पीछे हॉल में जा रही हूँ, वहां से देखते हैं आवाज आती है कि नहीं।
यस। अभी
कैन यू हियर मी नाउ?
यस मैडम, सुन सकते।
Ma'am, can you hear us?
Yes, you can be heard. Can I be heard from you?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Completely fine. It is.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay. But there is one request. Can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am. We can hear you. Volume come below.
So the people who are taking care of the sound at
Yes,
Mukesh
ma'am.
Patel are requested to please ensure that there is silence. You know, you people are not talking while the proceedings are on.
That was the technical glitch, ma'am. Now it is all clear.
Okay, perfect. So just ensure that and keep a watch on that. Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
करना भी शुरू कर दो फिर कि नहीं?
साउंड चालू है पर कुछ स्टार्ट नहीं।
हेलो, can we all start coming back to our seats, start settling in? We have around 2 to 3 minutes left for the proceedings to begin. Please occupy the front rows. The last 4 rows will be kept empty. So if you are sitting in the, trying to sit in the last 4 rows, our advice is don't. अभी तो कहीं बीच में सीट मिल जाएगी. Later you will have to come to the front seat or sit with the faculty members on the sofa. So last 4 rows should not be occupied. Brilliant. The first front row पे बैठने वाला. Great. A round of applause for him.
हेलो मंगेश भाई, वहाँ का साउंड बंद करो ना.
Hi guys, I'm Dhruvin.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will start in 2 minutes from now. Request you to please take your seats. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me now to acquaint you with the invaluable intellectual wealth held within SBM here at NMIMS. Undoubtedly, you will immerse yourself in their company, engaging in lectures and various other forms of interaction. They will assume the roles of facilitators, companions for thoughtful contemplation, and guiding forces steadfastly supporting your educational voyage. The meticulously curated courses, combined with the diverse expertise possessed by the esteemed faculty, form a vibrant tapestry of educational offerings. These resources will equip you with the cognitive dexterity necessary to embrace the challenges of the future and make you industry ready and for this VUCA world. I'm now going to introduce to you the faculty members at the School of Business Management. You can change the slides. The first slide. This is Dr. Ramesh Bhatt, our Honorable Vice Chancellor. His area of interest are finance, corporate finance, health finance and policy, and private equity. Next, here we have the faculty members. Dean SBM, Dr. Prashant Mishra. His interest is in sales and marketing, and service marketing and operations, digital marketing and sustainability. Next is our Associate Dean, Dr. Chandrima Sigdar, area economics, interests are international economics and econometrics. Next, Dr. Veena Vora, whose area is business environment and strategy, interest strategic management and environmental management. Next, Associate Dean, Research Program Chairperson, PhD, Dr. Mayank Joshipura, area finance and accounting, interest portfolio management, alternative investments and hedge funds. Next, Dr. Meena Galiara, who is the Director for Jasani Center for Social Entrepreneurship, area business environment and strategy, interest CSR and corporate sustainability. Next. Now here are the program chairperson. It's a good idea to have a note of them. Program chairperson for MBA, Dr. Madhvi Gokhale. She's from the area of communications. Next. Dr. Hema Bajaj. She's a program chairperson for MBA Human Resources from the area of HR and Behavioral Sciences. Dr. Harikumar Iyer, MBA Pharmaceutical Management, and he's from the area Marketing. And program chairperson for MBA Law, Dr. Sudhanshu Pani, who is from the area of Finance and Accounting. Dr. Neha Sadotra, MBA Healthcare Management, and she's from the area of Marketing. And MBA Real Estate Management, program chairperson, Dr. Alaknanda Menon. She's from the area of Business Environment and Strategy. An MBA part-time, Pradeep Pai, who is a program chairperson, and he's from the area of Operations and Data Sciences. Program chairperson for MBA part-time, Social Entrepreneurship and Diploma program, Dr. Satish Kajjar, who is from the area of Business Environment and Strategy. And MBA in Digital Transformation, Dr. Binesh Iyer. He's from the area of Operations and Data Science. These are the program chairpersons. Now we'll look at programs and the faculties a part of the program. Have a look at the program, the area of Finance and Accounting, and these are some of the courses that are run by Finance and Accounting. Quite a rich array of courses that you will see. All this information is going to be available to you. And we'll look at the faculties of Finance and Accounting. Samay Patel, who is the area chairperson, and the interests are given. His interest is financial management, investment analysis, and portfolio management. And Mayank Joshipura, interest portfolio management, alternative investments, and hedge funds. Next is Chandan Das Gupta. His interest is in commercial bank management, strategic financial management. And Sudhanshu Pani, whose interest is in financial modeling, financial accounting, and analysis. Anupam Rastogi, whose interest is in strategic financial management, project finance, and Sachin Mathur, whose interest is in corporate finance, investment analysis, and portfolio management. Sangeeta Vats, interest financial and management accounting, financial statement analysis. Hema Gwalani, interest financial and management accounting, cost and management accounting. And this is the area marketing. Here are the courses of marketing, B2B marketing, B2C marketing, and analytics in the marketing, marketing in real estate management, from business social marketing to service marketing, sales and channel distribution. All of these courses are available. So have a look at these courses. All of these are going to be made available to you. And here are the faculties who teach these courses. Arun Sharma is the area chairperson. His interest is in pricing strategy, design thinking, and new product development. And Seema Mahajan, interest is in entrepreneurship and venture capital management. Hari Kumar Iyer, his interest is in marketing management in pharmaceutical industry predominantly. Principles and practices of sales management. Hitesh Kalro, his interest is in marketing research, digital marketing. Amrita Bansal, interest marketing management, customer relationship management. Neha Sadotra, interest service marketing and B2B marketing. Smriti Pandey, interest is in strategic marketing management, retail marketing management. Preeti Nair, interest is in marketing management, integrated marketing communication. Jacqueline Munkur, interest is in sales and distribution management. Payal Trivedi's interest is in consumer behavior, digital marketing. And Vishwas Raichur, whose interest is in marketing management, customer relationship management. These are your faculties for marketing. The next area is operations and data science. If you're interested in analytics, big field in the market as of today, have a look at the topics, subjects, courses that are available. From advanced data analytics to data analytics for business purposes, IT project management, predictive statistical analysis, to analytics lab, artificial intelligence concepts and application, including the basics of cryptocurrency and blockchain, quite advanced. And here are the faculties. Somnath Roy's interest is in technology applications for business analytics. Ashu Sharma, in operations management and supply chain, her interest lies. Tohit Kachwala, interest is in operations research, statistics for management. Pradeep Pai, in project management, service operations management. Manisha Sharma, who's the area chairperson for operations and data sciences, her interest is in data analytics, operations and supply chain management. Preeti Khanna, her interest is in information systems management, IoT and emerging technologies. Rose Anthony, interest in total quality management, operations strategy. Aarti Deo, interest is in statistical analysis for business decisions, operations research. Binesh Nair, interest in business analytics, data mining. And Darshan Pandya, interest in supply chain analytics, operations management. Akshay Khanzode, interest is in operations management. Abhinav Kumar Sharma, interest is in business analytics, predictive analysis. Next is Sridhar Vaidyanathan, interest is in business analytics, machine learning algorithms. Sibi Abrahams, interest is in artificial intelligence, analytics, data mining. And Sumant Devastali, whose interest is in innovation, new IT transformations, digital technologies. These faculties conduct research, seminars, and also are quite well known in the areas of operations data sciences. We move to the next area, which is HR and behavioral sciences. So have a look at the areas, the courses offered by the area of HR and behavioral sciences. Courses under HR relating to advanced compensations, appreciative inquiry, behavioral economics, business anthropology, to behavioral sciences interventions, which is driving organizational change, emotional intelligence, managing people, managing self and team, etc. Something that's going to make you kind of industry ready the first time you get into a role where you either manage a project, portfolio, or probably manage a group of people. Here are the faculties from HR and behavioral sciences. Hema Bajaj, who is an area chairperson, and her interests are in employee engagement, HR challenges in integration in mergers and acquisitions. Veena Vora, interest in emotional intelligence, appreciative inquiry. Vijayani Patnaik, interest is in human resource planning, recruitment and selection, talent management. Amita Shivare, interest is in HR analytics, managing self and teams. Aditi Desarkar, interest lies in HRM, sociology of work. Geeta D'Souza, interest is in human resource management, organizational behavior. Nafisa Katarwala, individual dynamics and leadership, group and organization dynamics. And Sonali Narbaria, interest is in change management, strategic human resource management. That's the area of HR and behavioral sciences. Then comes the next area, which is business environment and strategy. This area of business environment and strategy will see courses from ethics, predominantly ethics in business, issues in ethics from business, to corporate governance, to corporate social responsibility, strategic management, to strategic implementation, also how research predominantly is done in the area of business environment and strategy, particularly research methodology. Have a look at these. They'll be part of your first and second year programs. And here are the faculties. Bala Krishnamurthy, her interest is in strategic management and environmental management. Meena Galiara, interest is in CSR, corporate sustainability. Vivek Subramanian, interest is in strategic management, strategy, value creation and management. Satish Kajer, interest is in public policy, social marketing. Dayanand Shetty, interest is in legal environment of business, IPR. And Alaknanda Menon is the area chairperson for business environment and strategy. Her interest lies in strategy implementation and real estate. And Sayanthan Khandra, whose interest is in strategic management. Now, this is the area of economics. Have a look at the courses offered by the area of economics, the topics predominantly covered from macro to microeconomics to econometrics to global economics, principles of economics, and theory of industrial organization from an economic standpoint. Here are the faculties. Souvik Dhar, whose interest is microeconomic applications, game theory. Chandrima Sekdar, interest is in international economics and econometrics. Kalpana Tokas, area chairperson for the School of Economics, for the area of economics. Interest is international trade. Raj Salochana SR, interest is in health economics, health policy and system research. And Sagnik Bakchi, interest is international trade, industrial economics. Now comes my favorite area because I belong to this area. Have a look at the courses offered by communication. So we offer communication from individual to group to writing. These are courses that are offered to you in first year, and obviously there are courses, also electives offered in the next year. Here are the faculties. Papia Day, who is area chairperson, her interest is in intercultural and strategic communication. Madhavi Gokhale, interest in negotiation skills, oral and written communication. Next. Varun Rijwani, interest is business communication, human-machine communication. And the next one is me. Ritesh Adankar, whose interest is in business communication, neuro-linguistic programming, English language teaching, and behavioral sciences. And Purnima Mehrotra, whose interest is in marketing communication, social and behavioral change communication, and research methods. These are the faculties of SBM. You're going to interact with them day in and day out, and particularly love and hate at the same time for the assignments that they give to you. So apart from different skills that the VC sir had mentioned you will learn, you will also learn the skill of how to manage stress. Now here comes international faculties. These are international faculties that are available. Dr. Agnes Narain from Bristol University. Dr. Sumit Kundu from Florida International University. Dr. Rita Biswas from University of Albany. These are the international faculties who conduct sessions at SBM. And we have then the academic administration team. You'll be coordinating with them almost every day. You had the first taste of coordination when you enrolled. So you will see these faces on and off. Here is the head of the academic administration team, Tejas Somaya, who is a deputy registrar at SBM. Vaishali Gangan, who is the assistant registrar of SBM. These are the two course coordinators. Ashwini Dighe, first year, so you'll definitely interact with her. Smita Kadam, she is for second year. You must remember the name, Ashwini Dighe, okay? Yeah. Course coordinators for HR who are in BJ Hall. Swapnali Kadam, you must remember this name, extremely important. She is for MBA and HR and MBA Law, and Pinky Shah, who is for PhD, MBA HCM and MBA DSA. And for pharmaceutical management students, Cheryl Montero, she's also a coordinator for international linkages, and Answita Coutinho, MBA for digital transformation. And Manish Sawan for MBA part-time social entrepreneurship REM. Sachin Bhosle for MBA business analytics. Okay. A lot of profiles, probably Facebook, Instagram is a little easier, but you might have seen a lot of profiles. These profiles are available on our NMIMS's website. You can always go and check out the faculties. Thank you so much for your attention and for listening. I now invite Mr. Tejas Somaya, who is the Deputy Registrar SBM, to carry forward the proceeding.
Welcome everyone. We'll start with the presentation. We'll start with the admission documents submission. All of you are provisionally admission to the program, and there are two documents you need to take care of: your mark sheets, majority of you being appearing candidates in the last year of graduation, and your migration certificate. The migration certificate is not your transfer certificate which the institute issues. It is issued by the university. Okay? So you need to approach your university. The institute may help you out with the migration certificate, but the university will issue the migration certificate. It is basically a no objection certificate that your previous university issues to your further education university. So please get these two documents in place. I guess the last date recommended to you in the admission call letter is 30th of September. But if you have an opportunity to do it earlier, please do it. Okay? Because your further progression and your appearance in your examination will depend upon confirmation of your eligibility. The earlier you do it, the better. The admission department is on the ground floor. You can approach them if you need some help. And we are on the 9th floor. So please reach out if you have any concerns regarding submission of your documents, your mark sheets primarily, and the migration certificate. Moving forward, by start of next week, you will be recently released the student resource book. It will contain all the guidelines, all the rules and regulations you will require in the 2 years of your studentship with NMIMS, School of Business Management. It will list out your academic calendar, your course structure. So each and every detail will be there in the student resource book. You will get it handy by next week. Your course outlines will be hosted on the learning management system, the student portal. You will get your username and password, and we also have a session by the portal team to help you out maneuver the portal notifications, the dashboards and everything. So once you have a demo of the portal, then you will have a better understanding of the various utilities the portal offers. The portal is also used for communicating your evaluation, your internal components. You can also raise a query if you are not satisfied with the marks that you have got. The feedback mechanism is there. It's a two-way process. The coordinators will communicate the lecture scheduling, the guest lectures at regular intervals. In case of any rescheduling, the coordinators will get in touch with you. The coordinators will be a single point of contact between you and the faculty members, and they will be updating you about the sessions, the guest sessions, the workshop at regular intervals. You have a group email ID in place as of now. The communication will flow from the coordinators to the group email ID and also to the portal, in addition to the group email ID. As far as the evaluation components are concerned, it will be a combination of ICA and term and examination, or a full ICA component. 60 marks is at the faculty level, the ICA component, and the 40-mark evaluation is conducted by the university examination team. It's a term and evaluation conducted by the exam department. The components listed out here are particularly the ICA components. It may be in the form of class participant tests, case studies, assignment and project work. You will find detailed listing in a course outline when it is shared by the coordinator or hosted on the portal. Coming back to the main point, the attendance requirements. Minimum stipulated is 80%. Okay. If you fall below the 80% norm, then you will have to seek readmission in the next academic year. And there have been instances where students have been debarred for lack of attendance, so please be very careful on the attendance part. However, if there are exceptional situations like a health scenario or some other personal reason, you need to contact and get in touch with the coordinator and submit all the documents. However, any exemption will be subject to approval by the dean's offices. Okay, so please take care of the attendance part, because it will call for readmission if you are debarred. You need to repeat the whole academic year. If you get debarred in the third trimester also, you will have to start from scratch from the first trimester. So please be very careful on the attendance part. These three are the disciplinary committee, the women grievance committee and the anti-ragging committee at base. So in case if there is any related matter, it comprises of senior faculty members. It also has representation from the student body and the university department. I'll call upon Madhvi ma'am and Chandriya ma'am if they would like to add something, and Hema ma'am and Hari sir if they are online, if they need to add something on this.
Good morning. So you just heard your deputy registrar who heads the program office giving you a sort of snapshot, because there are more detailing into each one of this, which you will get to know once you receive the student resource book, which will come to you the moment your trimester begins. Yeah, so that was pretty much what we wanted to share with you at the outset, that these are important headlines in your resource book that you need to remember. As I was hearing my colleague Teja speak to you, I thought he touched everything, and it's more than enough on the first day. Just a quick addition to one of the points, and perhaps one of the most important points that we want you to know on day one, is your attendance. The 80% that he mentioned is 80% per course, not in the overall of all courses in the trimester. So be mindful about that, yeah? So we'll keep it at that and hand it over to my colleague Ritesh to carry on the proceedings. Ritesh? Madhvi, your program chairperson, would you want to add anything, Madhvi? Yeah. At the BJ Hall, my colleagues Hema Bajaj and Hari sir, if you want to take some questions from the students there, maybe you can go on, and we will sort of conclude the session by passing it on to Ritesh here. Thank you. Ritesh, over to you.
Thank you so much. By now, I'm sure you know the rights and the lefts and the backs of the stage. Okay? So we now break for lunch. So you may choose to take your appropriate right, left, and back, and the lunch is arranged over there. We resume by 1:55 p.m. All right? Thank you so much. However, lunch will start at 12:15. Okay? So why not get to know each other? The ones who get to know the first 20 names wins a prize once the academic year starts. Short announcement, students who haven't registered, please register yourself at the registration desk. You may meet Ms. Ashwini Dighe. It's imperative that you register, okay, before the start of the next session. Thank you. Sorry, it's not the registration desk, it's on the 9th floor of this building. Yeah.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me? Good afternoon.
Yes, we can hear you. Are you able to hear us or me?
Yes, Dr. Ritesh, we can hear you well. Thank you.
Welcome back again. Before we continue with the formal proceedings, I request you all to pay attention to the security briefing that will be played shortly.
Safety video for NMIMS Mukesh Patel. Safety video for NMIMS Mukesh Patel Auditorium.
Hello everybody. I am Unlearning, Fire and Safety Officer, Vice VK MBA. I am here to guide you on the safety exits.
All right, we can now replay the security briefing.
Safety video for NMIMS Mukesh Patel Auditorium.
Hello everybody. I am Unlearning, Fire and Safety Officer, Vice VK MBA. I am here to guide you on Mukesh Patel Auditorium safety exits.
There are a total of 8 doors and 6 exits. Both middle exits will take you to the same outer area. At all times, on each exit, safety personnel and ushers are always there to guide you in case of an emergency. Your safety is our responsibility. Do not panic. Stay calm. Do not run. Follow the given instructions. It is not safe to wander on your own. Now, let's get out from each exit. For audiences sitting in the front or middle, you have exits on your right and left. A total of 4 doors. Choose comfortably. Once you are out from your left, take left and walk straight till the end. Cross the passage. Take another left. You will come to an area where you will find stairs and escalators. For people coming from the right exit, once you are out, you too will come to the same area. In case, due to safety reasons, if escalators are shut down, then use them as stairs, and from both right and left, you will come up to this common area, which is the way out. For people at the back, take the nearest door to you. Come out, take likewise. For dignitaries and performing participants, or people on or backstage, they also have 2 exits. If you are facing the audience, then at your right, this is the exit. Move move out, take right, walk straight, and take the stairs. Similarly, from your left, come out and take the same stairs to go out. You are safely out from all exits. At NMIMS, safety is our biggest priority. So you will see signage, fire extinguishers, open spaces, and proper adequate exits for your convenience.
I hope this video has helped you to understand the emergency exits. Thank you and be safe.
Thank you for your attention. As we continue this auspicious program, may I request everyone now to please rise for the Saraswati Vandana and the lighting of the lamp. I request Honorable Chief Guest Mr. Nehal Vora, our respected Dean Dr. Prashant Mishra, and the dignitaries on the dais to come forward to light the ceremonial lamp. I request you all to remain standing for the NMIMS anthem. Thank you. Please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me an immense pleasure to present to you our respected Dean, Dr. Prashant Mishra. Dr. Mishra's academic achievements are noteworthy, having obtained a doctorate and master's degree in management from Devi Ahilya University, Indore, as well as a bachelor's degree in science from Patna University. Prior to his appointment at SBM and MIMS in October 2021, he served as the Dean of New Initiatives and External Relations at IIM Calcutta. Dr. Prashant Mishra's professional journey is marked by his multifaceted roles as an educator, researcher, trainer, consultant, and institutional builder in renowned public and private educational institutes across India. His expertise encompasses various areas, including sales and marketing processes, consumer psychology, service marketing and operations, digital marketing, sustainability, and entrepreneurship. He has made significant contributions to academia through the publication of numerous research papers and case studies in esteemed national and international journals. Without further ado, I kindly invite Dr. Mishra to share the welcome address with our incoming batch, sharing his wisdom and insights with us.
Thank you, Professor Ritesh. Good afternoon, all of you. I hope lunch has not dulled you into some sleepy stupor or whatever we call. We have with us one of our illustrious alumni, Shri Nehal Vora, Managing Director and CEO of Central Depository Services Limited, CDSL, as it is popularly known, who is has agreed to be with us today, and we are extremely proud and happy that you were able to join us. And he's in the middle of some critical interventions on the financial services markets and personal vacation to oversee its shores. So, but I'm happy that it worked out finally, and you. But my faculty colleagues, Associate Deans, Professor Veena Vora, Dr. Chanima Sikdar, MBA Program Chair Madhavi Gokhale, MBA Program Chairs, and you must be wondering where the two of the other cohorts are. They are sitting in another similar hall and watching us live over the live relay of the program. Our cohorts of MBA Human Resources and MBA Pharmaceutical Management Program Chairs, Dr. Hima Bajaj and Professor Hari Iyer, and many of the other faculty members who are with them there. And I know some of them might be feeling disappointed that they are not part of or as one cohort, but the success and growth has its own challenges. Not that when you are successful, everything is rosy, and when you have growth, everything is rosy. So the fact that we have slightly larger cohort this year than the previous year because of the institution's achievements and our own desire to grow. We are in the process of responding to those challenges which success and growth brings to you. And being a management student, you would realize probably on the very first day is the first lesson that success can also be bittersweet sometimes. So my sincere apologies to folks who are sitting at the BJ Hall. Rest assured that from Monday onwards you will be feeling you'll have a similar experience as everybody else. So the plan of foundation program from Monday onwards is the same. So let me come back to my welcome address as Ritesh has named it. Welcome to all of you to NMIMS School of Business Management. It is my privilege and pleasure to stand before you today and welcome you to this amazing institution and community of future change makers. And during my next 10-12 minutes discourse, I'll let you know why we say we are a community and why we think our graduates are the change makers, And once you complete the 2 years journey here, you would rightfully can claim that title for yourself too. I'm sure, this is one of the most critical juncture for most of the youngsters. Masters in our education setup is one of the most critical and the final frontier for majority of the folks who choose to come to the higher education side. You are sitting there feeling 100 different emotions and asking yourself maybe thousands questions. Did I make the right choice? Is it worth the sacrifices you or your family have made to see you here? And as you already would know by now, and if you are not aware, let me make you aware that you are one amongst the top 5% of country's talent who chose the path of management education to build the career. And that in itself is no mean achievement. In fact, I can assure each and every one of you that you are here because you deserve to be, and because you can bring something new and exciting to this diverse learning community. So welcome all of you once again on behalf of my faculty colleagues and staff at SBM. We are fully aware that you have joined us with an expectation of developing yourself for the better, sustainable and inclusive future which you aspire for. And as the business and society needs professionals having capabilities to manage and deliver positive change, we assure you that during your journey with our school, together we will remain focused on helping you achieve your goals. And how we do that, part of those insights you heard in the morning from the Vice Chancellor, the school which has a rich legacy of 41 years in shaping young minds to emerge as effective and successful professional through a globally benchmarked contemporary curriculum, diverse and innovative pedagogical intervention, and highly regarded research and practice-oriented faculty, and a cutting-edge infrastructure. One of the mark or one of the acknowledgement of the school's achievements, the school's students' achievements is through accreditations and rankings. And SBM and MIMS is at the forefront amongst the school of our nature, both in terms of international standing as well as national rankings and accreditation. Its alumni have made its mark by reaching the leadership position in wide-ranging industry, which includes financial services industry, new age tech businesses, FMCG, consumer goods, business and tech consulting, to name a few. And as I mentioned to you in the beginning, Mr. Nehal Bora is one amongst them from our alumni cohort who have made us proud. The committed community of SBM faculty and staff will strive hard, as usual, to make your experience in the program a transformational one. The academic co-curricular and extracurricular processes and program content at SBM is aimed at helping you develop critical thinking skills, hone your analytical skills, entrepreneurial mindset, people proficiency and technology orientation to prepare you for the future ahead. One of the misnomer many a times people feel that when I go to do a program, whether I'm doing a science degree, I'm doing an engineering degree, or I'm doing an MBA, what is it that we learn or we expect to learn from that place? Now, many people have this notion that when you come to a business school, you are probably being taught how to do business. Now, that can be one consequence or one outcome of the things which you do and learn here. We are in the business of teaching science of management or science of managing things, right? And what does that mean? Let me use one analogy and then try and explain what I mean when I say science of management, that what we do here. You know, all of you learned in early childhood, in early classes, that Newton saw apple falling in an orchard, right? While he was kind of having his afternoon siesta or reading some book. And that triggered the curiosity in his mind that why is apple falling straight at a certain angle, at a certain speed and in certain time and falling back on earth? Right? Before that, nobody has written gravitational theory and all that. But what Newton's curiosity triggered is essentially understanding the science of objects falling back on the earth, right? There could be then 2,000 ways or 2,000 or tens of thousands of objects which might fall in variety of way. A cotton you throw up will fall, a rubber ball will fall, a steel ball will also fall, an object will fall. And you might have this idea or question that why cotton is falling at a different angle and a different speed, and a steel ball is falling. But then the root of all this is probably the laws of gravitation and motion and all that which we learned, right? And that's what I meant when I say it's the science of things which we try and do here. Right? Every school or higher educational institution is trying to, any professional education essentially, is trying to help you learn the science of those respective things. And that's what exactly we do. A business requires critical thinking ability, right? Creative mindset, technical proficiency, ability to manage people. And what we teach you here is the science of those things and interrelatedness. The skills, the knowledge, the tools which are contemporary, relevant, which will keep you in good stead in near future is what we attempt to do. And we do it well. The SBM faculty and staff are committed to facilitate a learning and development experience that is engaging, effective, enabling, and personally relevant for you to gain the skills and knowledge necessary to help you deliver positive change throughout your career in future. We also attempt to instill in all students a capacity for independent scholarly learning, critical judgment, and academic integrity and ethical sensitivity. You will also be provided adequate support and facilitation for your career aspirations through career counseling and advisory services. School has, and I was just discussing with Neil, school has in the recent past has a stellar record of being able to create ample career opportunities for all its graduates. And by and large, we are extremely successful in terms of maintaining our corporate connect. And thankfully, with the strength of our alumni's performance, there is a very strong brand trust which remains between the recruiters and the school as a brand. So, what do we do? You know, what advice one can give you on the first day in order to help facilitate whatever our intended goals are, and if we want to achieve them well. I thought of sharing with you about what we stand for as SBM community and how you can make the most of your 2 years at SBM. And two critical areas, one we call development and transformation, is what we are aspiring for, what we do every day. We help young minds develop and through that process transform themselves into something which they want to become. And I imagine some of you are just like many others in that you have arrived knowing exactly what you want to be and intend to stay focused on that. And I think that's great. But we at SBM also encourage you to be open to new ideas, experiences, and challenges. Maybe you are a great tech geek, but learn finance too. Or learn a bit of organizational dynamics too. And that will help you on your own transformational journey, make you a better professional. And it is in that sense, you are learning from the best in the field and with the best and the brightest surrounding you, and will undoubtedly be challenged to think about new topics, or you will look at old topics in new ways. You never know when something might pique your interest. So my colleagues present here and your predecessors who have graduated from this institution have seen and experienced these transformations happen many times. And I imagine you will be witness to them as well, if not undergo them yourselves. So I strongly recommend you to be open to these changes or new ideas. You will also learn here not to have a problem stating your opinions, challenging your peers or advisors or questioning your professors. Share your knowledge and skills. Don't keep them to yourself. Challenge yourself and your peers on daily basis. Embrace one another's passion for education, communities, policy, game, practice, sports, music, whatever it is. At SBM, you will get all what it takes to help you grow and develop as a competent, compassionate, and confident professional. The second part is the community. You have come here expecting an education and a path to good career trajectory. Rest assured, you will leave with so much more. The community of friends and colleagues you will find here is like no other. Every day you will learn from your professors and your peers and feel supported by an amazing group of mentors and colleagues. If you look around yourself, the people sitting in this room will be your mentors, friends, colleagues, and perhaps most importantly, your statistics and financial accounting or cost management partners. So don't hesitate to call upon them when you need to, personally and professionally. They will be your best source of support and will help you make the most of your experience here. I guarantee there will be times when you will wonder why you are here. You know, at this stage in career, I still have those days, even in my workplace, not in the college, so, right? Despite being on the other side of the spectrum, I mean, that's natural. But the people in this room, or this hall, or in your cohort, or on the campus who are not probably visible today here, will be there to remind you of the regions. The relationships you develop here with the faculty, staff, and student will also help you build your learning and career trajectory. You are all here because you want to become the movers and shakers of the future. I urge you to make this happen by meeting new people, tapping into new resources, and leveraging the power of SBM community to the fullest. And in order to make that, you need to focus on three things. Remain focused on learning new things every day, right? The world around us is changing at a very, very fast pace, right? And if you have read the Alice in Wonderland story, just to be where you are, you have to run 2 times faster than what you were running or the speed at which you were running earlier. And to press ahead, you have to run even more faster, right? And that's how the life around for us is going to be. So if you want to remain relevant, keep focus on learning newer things every day, okay? New skills, new tools, new techniques, new ideas. Second is keep focus on performance, right? And strictly speaking for myself, you know, I always say to my friends and students and others that competition is overrated, okay? You don't get better by competing. I mean, to some extent you might get better by competing, but you get much better by collaborating. So when we talk about performance, in a sense, we are again talking about the leveraging the power of the community, the expertise around you, the networks you build, the bonds you leverage, and that helps you to perform. And there is no other alternative to performance, right? You set your goals, you set your benchmark, but the institution is known to exact very high standards of performance. Because we know we are preparing you for a world where non-performance cost is heavy. So building that attitude itself, that whatever I take up, I know what the standards of performance are, and I make sure that I try and surpass my own expectations in terms of performance. So you bring 100% of your enthusiasm for life to our SBM community and beyond, and you perform to make your career better, your learning goals, outcomes better, perform to make the world around yourself better in whatever way you define. And lastly, focus on yourself. And what I mean by that, all of you sitting here are stars, as brilliant as Mars maybe, and you are one amongst the best, and never forget that. Rather, give yourself a pat on the back every day, or more appropriately, as you finish your day in the middle of the night. You are extraordinary. The things that you have already achieved are astonishing. As I said, and this is not an opinion, it's a fact, 3 lakh, approximately 3 lakh graduates in India aspire to get into top colleges, right? And top 25 colleges do not even have 15,000 seats. So when I tell you 5%, you belong to 5% of India's graduate cohort who have aspired for management education or chosen this path to build a career, build a life. You are amongst top 5%, okay? And those who, I know more than 60% of you are engineers here, those who understand math, right? They know that being amongst top 5% basically takes you on the bell curve in the outlier space. All right? You're not normal people. In positive way. All right? And we are the experts of handling not so normal people. I mean, we means I and my faculty. So make the best and prove it every day, right? And that's why I say, things which you have achieved are astonishing, and that's why you are here. So remain focused. Even better things are, even more astonishing things are in store for you, if you probably be on that consistency path. And we recognize that our students are at heart of everything we do as a community. Hence, we encourage you to participate in activities, academic and otherwise, wholeheartedly. We also believe that student participation is enhanced by an environment which promotes healthy lifestyle choices, encourages the highest personal and ethical standards, and development of a network of support for all students and support of students' representative organizations, right? You will learn in coming days after this inauguration ceremony about all the facilities, all the infrastructure, the networks, the necessary wherewithal which the institution has put in place for a variety of things for your life here for next 2 years. So make the most of them. Now, as I said, we don't make mistake in our graduate admissions, right? Mostly we don't make mistake. This I can say with all the knowledge about probability which I have. So you all belong here and have the potential to thrive here and beyond SBM 2. SBM is a great place to be because of all of you, the students, and we are here to help you develop and transform yourself and be an integral part of this wonderful community of competent, compassionate, and confident professionals forever. Welcome once again. Thank you and all the very best for rigorous, exciting, and transformational 2 year ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mishra, for such an insightful address. Now may I call upon Dr. Prashant Mishra, Dean SBM and MIMS, to felicitate Mr. Vora with a bouquet, memento, and token of gratitude. Thank you. Allow me now to introduce our esteemed guest, Mr. Nehal Vora, MD and CEO of CDSL since September 24, 2019. Mr. Nehal Vora is Manager Director and Chief Executive Officer of Central Depository Services India Limited, CDSL, India's leading depository and the only one listed on a stock exchange in Asia. Mr. Vora has over 25 years of seasoned, distinguished, and diverse exposure in capital markets. His exposure embraces being in senior management positions at leading stock exchange, global brokerages, and regulatory bodies. He is also a member of policy-making regulatory bodies, a board member, co-chair of key committees. His experience includes being responsible for growth of business, governance, regulatory, listing, surveillance, and compliance. He was recognized as the CEO of the Year at the 20th Global Edition Business Leader of the Year Awards in 2022. He also received the Vocational Excellence Awards by the Rotary Club of Bombay Seaface. He is the recipient of distinguished awards including NetApp Innovation Award 2019, Compliance Champion Award in 2018, IDC Digital Transformation Awards under the DX Leader Information FOW Global Investor Group at the Asia Capital Market Awards in 2017 for Best New Product in Market Surveillance. At DSP Merrill Lynch, she was awarded OGC Living the Mission Award in 2008 by Merrill Lynch. Mr. Vora is a member of the SEBI Policy Committees, FPI Advisory Committee, FAC Market Data Advisory Committee, MDAC, and Secondary Market Advisory Committee, SMAC. And he chairs the working group on the data protocols for secondary markets of the MDAC. He's also the co-chair at the expert committee, Alternative Funding P plus Capital Markets of the IMC Chambers of Commerce and Industry. He's a guest speaker at various international forums, including the IOSCO Harvard Training Program for Securities Market Regulators, conferences, and is also a speaker at the National Institute of Securities Market, NISM. I welcome you, Mr. Vora, to share a few words with our incoming students of 2025.
I wish you all a very, very good afternoon. And also a very good afternoon to the students on the other side who I've been told are seeing this program on a live basis. So wish you all also a very, very good afternoon. It's kind of homecoming for me. Coming back to your own college is like coming back to your home. Thank you, Dr. Mishra, for really considering me for this esteemed position. I don't know whether I am really worth it, but I'm really delighted and honored to be here. Dr. Sikdar, Dr. Vora, Dr. Gokhale, and friends. I stand before you today as a representative of the older, wiser generation, hopefully wiser, tasked with the important job of imparting some valuable wisdom upon your young, vibrant minds. Now I know what you're thinking. Great. Another speech. Or rather, another boring speech, filled with cliches and boring advice. But fear not, my dear Gen Z, for I promise to keep you engaged and entertained throughout. I would like to talk to you about what I believe over these years, 10 commandments of management. Let's take a moment to appreciate the unique traits and quirks of our beloved Gen Z. You are the masters of memes, the experts of social media, and the champions of multitasking. While some might call it a short attention span, I like to think of it as having the ability to efficiently process information in bit-size proportions. So get ready to feast on these nuggets of wisdom, Gen Z style. The first commandment: Management. What is management? Well, there are umpteen number of definitions which you will see on the net, on social media, some wise brains giving their own kind of wisdom. But this is what I've learned in my 2 years in MBA in this very institution, which I yet think is very, very powerful and relevant. Management is making intentions real. It's as simple as that. And feel free to, I think they can ask any questions. So in case if anybody has any comments, feel free to just butt in. Management is making intentions real. Everything else is mere song and dance. Now I know you've probably spent countless hours perfecting your dance moves, but let me tell you, in the world of business, it's all about turning intentions into actions. So put those dance moves aside for a moment and focus on making things happen. Commandment number 2, sustained success is a long-term play. Like growing and nurturing a mango tree. Picture this. You plant the seed of your business idea, you nurture it with dedication and perseverance, and after a while, it blossoms into the king of fruits, just like the mango tree. Remember, Rome wasn't built in a day, and neither will your business empire or your business success be built in a day. I know in today's Gen Z, you want to make things move fast. You see billionaires being created at a very young age, etc. So we are at the cusp of very exciting times, but these very principles yet remain relevant today, that life is a test match and not a 2020. You need to believe, you need to train, you need to persevere every single day, because what people believe is success in a 2020 match is what is going to create a great cricketer. It's not. It's only that match. But it's when you're putting through those testing conditions, when there is no restriction or limitation of time, it's how do you ensure sustained success is when you start becoming successful in test cricket also. So really embrace this entire journey of believing in yourself, because you are that investment you're making in yourself. The time which you're spending is in yourself. And trust yourself. I think some of those words which Dr. Mishra mentioned were extremely valuable and relevant. Continue believing and patting yourselves on the back. And you will have those bad days where you think, why the hell am I here? Commandment number 3. There's a very nice book which we were asked to present, I remember in my first semester in MBA, The 7 Habits of Highly Effective People by Stephen Covey. In case if you guys have not read it, it's a bestseller which is about 25 years ago. It's a must read. And I kind of borrow an important principle from that, or the third habit, is think win-win or no deal. And you'll wonder why. Why should I think win-win and no deal? In today's world, it's me, myself, and I. If I'm successful, go to hell, everyone else. And I am going to focus on myself. But right from business to terms of engagement with your customers, to your suppliers, what it needs is that teamwork, that you're thinking not only a winning strategy for yourself, but a winning strategy for the opposite person also. And the reason is that though it is perceived to be a selfless habit, it kind of leads to a sustained success. And I will explain that in a moment. In the game of cricket, would Virat Kohli or a Rohit Sharma or more recently a Surya Kumar be able to be recognized as they are if they did not have a great bowling attack and a fielding attack coupled with their great batting performance? Any answers? Yes or no? So if Virat Kohli or Rohit Sharma just kept on saying that it's my batting, I don't care about the bowling and fielding, will they be recognized as batsmen? The answer is no. For them to succeed as batsmen, for them to succeed as captains, they need to ensure that the entire team performs. And for the entire team to perform, they need to motivate the entire team. To motivate the entire team, you need to think from a winning point of view, from their point of view also. So it is a very important attribute which one needs to bring into oneself, that think win-win. It should not be a win-lose or a lose-lose strategy, that if I lose, I will make him lose, or I will win at his loss. That will not work for long. You can't fool all the people all the time. Your bluff will be called at some point of time. And in business also, like life, it's important to work together and find those mutually beneficial solutions. Picture this in your own family. If your father who's working or your mother who's working kept on thinking that it's my salary which is important and I care 2 hoots for my child, would you want to pay back or create a unit which is one? So a family is the first unit where you start thinking win-win, where everybody benefits. It's not one person benefiting. And that's the foundation of teamwork, a sustained teamwork, which will make people want to work for you, which may make people be motivated to give in their best for you, is when you start thinking for them, when you start thinking as a win-win, as a philosophy. Commandment number 4, very, very important. Truth has a mysterious way of finding itself. I have learned it in many, many examples in my 25 to 30 year journey, and even before that one may wonder, those old sayings, always walk on the path of honesty. All this is mere bullshit, is what we feel, but it's not. Because truth has a mysterious way of finding itself, and some of the successful, so-called successful geniuses who thought that they could fool people into frauds, and I don't need to name any people, but I'm sure you know in the securities market there have been 2 or 3 big names who were considered to be god-like figures, and when those bluffs were caught, their dreams came crashing down and their lives have come crashing down also. So it is this truth and honesty which creates a sustainable solution for you to continue working well. Let's face it, Gen Z, we live in a world where fake news and alternative facts are all too common. But as future leaders, it's essential to build a personal brand which is based on credibility, trust, and being dependable. So stay true to yourself, and your reputation will speak for itself. You will not have to market yourself. Commandment number 5, failure is definitely a given. Learn to learn from failures rather than be disappointed. It's a given. You're going to face failures. Now I know failure can feel like a punch in the gut, but think of it as a valuable lesson in disguise. Think of the game of cricket. A Virat Kohli also has a bad day. A Rohit Sharma also has a bad day, but they don't get bogged down by it. They move on and learn from that. When you embrace failure, learn from it, it will propel you towards some great achievements, because you will exactly know what not to do next time. Remember, and this is a kind of a cliche, but it's one of my favorites. Remember, success is not about never falling down, but about getting up each time you do. Commandment number 6, extremely, extremely critical. Pursue a hobby. You may wonder, what nonsense is this man saying? Why a hobby? Because your work schedule is to get some me time. You need some me time from your work schedule. You need to think that this is where I'm going to just enjoy myself. I am going to be in that sense of happiness, in the sense of patting myself. And therefore, that hobby is extremely critical. As future business leaders, you'll be facing demanding schedules and stressful situations. That's why it's crucial to find an activity that helps you unwind and recharge. Whether it's painting, playing an instrument, or even solving the Rubik's Cube, find your happy place, find your me place, and let your creative side flourish. Commandment number 7, humility is the key vitamin for success. In a world that often glorifies self-promotion and ego, it's important to remember that humility is the secret ingredient to lifelong learning and excellence. As they say in the famous movie Three Idiots, Kabil bano, safalta jhak maar ke piche aayegi. Remember, there's a place for both the elephant and the ant in society. And your success will be all the more sweeter if you remain grounded all the way. Commandment number 8. Humility will also help you embrace change. You will hear this many times in your MBA program, a very cliched statement, change is the only constant. But it is true. In today's fast-paced, technology-driven world, change is inevitable. Just like a tiger, technology is constantly on the prowl. And you need to be ready to ride it. It is extremely uncomfortable at times, but if you try to get off, well, let's just say it might eat you alive. So you need to learn how to control this tiger called technology, which is ensuring that change is happening rapidly and constantly. Stay agile and adapt quickly. And humility is this very, very magical ingredient which will help you ensure that you do not think of yourself as the biggest gift to mankind. Commandment number 9. Nation and society first create the right ethos for success. As future business leaders, you have the power to shape not just your organizations, not just your lives, but also the world around you. Embrace that responsibility to make a positive impact on society. Remember, success is not just about personal gain, but about contributing to the greater good. And you may ask me, why is this? I very firmly believe that if you give back to society, the Newton's third law, every action has an equal and opposite reaction. Society on an entire basis will come back and pay back to you in different and very mysterious formats. If I look back at my own life, when I passed out in '96, I was from a middle-class family. Never even dreamt I would be a CEO of a listed company. These principles kind of helped me build a credibility, and society paid back in very, very different formats after 23 years of my career of becoming a CEO of a depository. Commandment number 10, eyes are more powerful than the ears. Actions speak louder than words. My dear Gen Z, it's easy to make promises, but it's your actions that will truly define your character. So be a person of action and let your deeds inspire others to follow suit. Show the world what you're capable of and let your success be the testament to your hard work and dedication built on the foundation of true action. In conclusion, my young MBA pioneers, you're about to embark on an incredible journey that will test your skills, challenge your limits, shape your future. Remember to embrace some of these 10 commandments of management, which has helped me immensely in my life. But also never forget to infuse a little humor and a little light-heartedness into everything you do. Life is too short to be serious all the time. So go forth, conquer the business world, and don't forget to sprinkle a little laughter along the way. And remember, as the great Albert Einstein once said, life is like riding a bicycle. To keep your balance, you must keep moving and have a good sense of humor. Thank you. All the best.
Thank you, Mr. Vora, for such an insightful speech. The Jasani Center for Social Entrepreneurship and Sustainability Management, School of Business Management and MIMS proudly presents the We Care Civic Engagement Anthology 2023, Volume 10, entitled Punargathan, Building Resilience to Create a Sustainable Future. This anthology, skillfully edited by Dr. Meena Galiara and Ms. Swati Sisodia, comprises a collection of articles that showcase the civic engagement projects undertaken by our MBA students in various sectors such as healthcare, education, skilling, integrated farming, and environmental friendly mobility. Each article within the anthology explores the strategic interventions implemented by NGOs during the pandemic to foster resilience, along with their perspectives on shaping a sustainable future. These articles highlight the valuable lessons learned from the shared adversity, inspiring a collective sense of responsibility towards a future characterized by equity, sustainability, and preparedness to tackle future crises. We encourage readers to contemplate the transformative potential of reinventing an inclusive, sustainable future. May I now invite Mr. Vora, Dr. Mishra, and Dr. Meena Galiara to come forward and release the We Care Civic Engagement Anthology. Thank you. Now it is the time to acquaint ourselves with some of the prominent figures who play vital roles at SBM. To begin our introductions, I would like to extend a warm invitation to Dr. Chandrima Sigdar, Associate Dean Programs and Student Learning Experience at SBM and MIMS, to share a few words with us.
Dear incoming students, MBA program seated with us here, MBA Human Resources and MBA Pharmaceutical Management program seated at BJ Hall, batch 2023-2025. A very good afternoon to each one of you. I join Vice Chancellor, NMIMS University, he spoke to you in the morning today, and Dean SBM, who spoke a little while back, in welcoming you to NMIMS School of Business Management. As an Associate Dean, Program and Student Learning Experience, it is my privilege to address you today and extend my greetings to each and every one of you as you embark on this exciting journey of learning, growth, and exploration. At the outset, my heartiest congratulations to you on making it to this significant milestone in your academic and professional lives. And we at SBM are committed to supporting you in every step of this way. At the school, we take a lot of pride in our curriculum, which is benchmarked with the best in the world, in the teaching and learning experience that we bring to our students, in the innovative pedagogy that we utilize, the emphasis that we place on experiential learning, and the effort that we put in fostering the spirit of innovation. Today, once this inauguration program gets over in some time from now, you will begin with what we have shared with you as your foundation program. So to give a glimpse of the things which I just spoke about to you, of which we are very proud of here, we have curated this program with the sessions and with the contents so that you get to see what I just mentioned, though they are only going to be glimpses of what I said. So I urge you all at the outset, even before I go on talking about us, our program office, our curriculum, I would put this request at the outset that make most of this foundation program, which has been put together with a lot of thought, so that you lay a strong foundation before you begin your formal trimesters with us. Yeah? But having said that, while you go through this foundation program, and it's a packed schedule, the schedule has been shared with you, I'm sure you've gone through it. You almost begin every day at 9 o'clock and finish at 4:30. Today was a lighter day relatively. So as you sit through those sessions of the program and thereafter, straight away from 12th, which is Monday next week, you begin your first trimester of your 2 years with us. Right? So it is only likely that you might feel a little overwhelmed with demands of the curriculum and otherwise. For many of you, we know that it is a progression here straight from your undergrad classroom, and for many, many more of you, it's going to be back to a classroom experience after some time that you might have spent in industry. So no worries, it sort of justifies the feeling. So today, on my very first interaction with you, we'll keep on interacting outside and within the classroom. But in this first interaction, I thought it would be worthwhile to draw your attention to 3 important resources here at the school, which will help to make this journey, I cannot promise easier, but smoother definitely. So to begin with, I would want to draw your attention and put the spotlight on our distinguished faculties. Yeah, they are a mix of people from academia as well as industry who will bring a wealth of expertise and research acumen to the classroom. You saw that slide presentation in the morning where you were introduced to the faculties. I understand it's difficult in those 15 minutes to remember all the names that you had gone through and their area of interest, but they will all be shared with you. Take a time to go through it. You will understand what I mean when I say that they will bring expertise and research acumen to the classroom. And we will ensure that you receive a rigorous and relevant curriculum that has been developed with much care, keeping in mind the industry needs. Your resource number 2, the program office. You heard Mr. Tejas Sumaya, the Deputy Registrar, speaking to you just before your lunch. So the program office headed by him, consisting of program coordinators. They will look after your day-to-day operations related to the program, and trust me, they are one of the most important resources in terms of supporting you throughout your 2 years in all academic administrative related issues. Do not hesitate to seek their guidance, advice, or assistance whenever needed. I'm sure you have seen glimpses of that in the morning when you were registering with us and trying to find your way into the auditorium. Your third resource, and a very important one and an invaluable one, is your fellow students. They come from diverse backgrounds, cultures, and experiences. So embrace this diversity, engage in exchange of ideas and perspectives, forge friendships, and collaborate with them as you collectively strive for excellence. Towards the end of the next week, when you're coming towards the end of the foundation program and you're about to begin your trimester, you will be shared your study groups within your divisions. We ensure that the groups are diverse in the sense the members which make up those groups. So we'll ensure that you are there to embrace diversity. Yeah? So of course I spoke about these resources that are available to you, but then what do you make of it? So what you need to make the most of them, and as a faculty, this is my favorite word, your preparation. Yeah, so first, and I would say within even the subset of preparation, this is my favorite, the one that I'm going to speak about now, your preparation for the class. Take time to review the curriculum. I am sure you have gone through it when you were exploring your options of doing an MBA. But what I urge you to do is, before you hit the class on first day, go through a document which we are going to share with you towards the end of the next week, and we really go by it. It's called the course outline. Okay? Familiarize yourself with the course outline, which contains the contents of each course, the course materials. They have assigned readings, pre-works, post-work. As I said, every document that is ready and is going to be shared with you, there is a lot of thought, care which has gone in developing them. So when we share this document with you, we expect you are going to go through it and really know it from top to the bottom, left to the right. So I really mean that you go through them, and for all you know, out of the courses that commences on 12th of June for you, the first day will have some pre-reads to do. So ensure you have gone through them, gone through the pre-reads before you hit the class at 8:30 on June 12th with your first faculty meeting you for trimester 1 of your MBA journey. Second, in terms of preparation, be proactive in seeking out resources beyond the classroom. Of course, your program office for resources which will support you in your classes and in your trimester and in your journey with us here. Faculties, so faculties are reachable beyond classroom. It does not necessarily mean that only the faculty who is teaching you a particular course is available to talk to you. Faculties across disciplines, all of them in the school are more than happy to help you on anything, even which is beyond the curriculum. But while I said that, please ensure you take appointment from them to go and meet them. Yeah? Yes, then the next very important resource, which will be a big help in terms of your preparation, and will ensure that we set up a formal setup for that, is your seniors. Please reach out to them for any help and any guidance that you need. They will be here from 12th June as well. Okay, and lastly, the various student cells. So as part of your foundation program, the cell pitches are also scheduled. So you will meet these cell heads and members very soon, who will bring to you what do they do here and why do they exist here. Yeah, so talk to them, figure out where your interest lies, and try and see which is the cell or the club you would want to be part of. The next in the requirement of preparation, please spend on personal preparation. When I say personal preparation, what I'm primarily trying to draw your attention to is, please cultivate good study habits. Ensure that you work on your time management skills. Mr. Vora, even Dean, when he spoke, they all mentioned about multitasking. Well, while we say that we might be good at multitasking, if you're not managing your time well, you will only end up getting that sense of overwhelming even more. So ensure you manage your time well. And when I say manage your time well, not only for your curriculum and your class preparation, but also for all your extracurricular and co-curricular activities, and you will have a host of opportunity out here. As you meet your seniors, you will get to know about all those extracurricular and co-curricular opportunities that you have at the school. Well, and most importantly, please ensure you work on developing a growth mindset. Dedicate regular time to self-reflection, already said, but even at the cost of repetition, this is something that I really want to emphasize. And in fact, in the course of our conversation with you, you will see many things are getting repeated simply because we speak the same language out here, and we strongly believe in what we are wanting to share with you. So time for self-reflection and goal setting. Yeah, and this is something that you should be doing right from the beginning. This will enable you to stay focused, motivated, and resilient in the face of challenges. Well, with that, I would want to close today. Once again, I extend my warmest welcome to each one of you. We are here ready with the best of the resources. So embrace the power of preparation, as I just mentioned, and together let us unlock the boundless possibilities that await you. Thank you and best wishes for a successful academic year ahead. I pass it on to Professor Haldankar now.
Thank you, Dr. Sikdar. Now, I would like to welcome Dr. Veena Vora, Associate Dean, Accreditation, Ranking, Industry and Alumni, School of Business Management, to address the audience.
A very good afternoon to respected dignitaries, my dear faculty friends, and of course our incoming batch of 23-25 seated here as well as in the BJ Hall. A very, very warm welcome to our school, and heartiest congratulations to you and to your families on marking a new beginning that may well prove to be a very major intervention in your life and career ahead. I think you're already getting comfortable with the student role, having sat here and absorbed and listening to us since the morning, right? So I just wanted to sound you out on a couple of challenges, right? So thinking about challenges and problem solving are going to become a part of your life in the 2 years ahead. Of course, up until now, your hard work and dedication have helped you to reach a business school of your choice, have helped you to secure a coveted seat amongst your peers, very worthy peers, and congratulations to you for that. And so when you look all around you, what you're going to see is sheer talent, right? This sheer talent is one that you're going to learn with, learn from, compete against, and more importantly, collaborate with. So while we hope that your 2 years over here are going to help you to achieve your life and career goals, it is still going to continue to be an uphill task. So your work hasn't ended. In fact, it's just commenced. So do not become complacent just yet. There are many mountains more for you to climb, There are many more achievements that you have to seek out and strive for. Your school, of course, is here to support you in all of these challenges and more, right? So I did speak about challenges earlier. These challenges will be of a very varied nature. So while there will be some very local challenges like moving to a new city and adjusting here to a new lifestyle, to a new group, to a new you, there will be many more grand and wicked challenges that we will introduce you to in the classroom discussions and outside. What do these look like? Well, you know, you've heard about the several micro aspects of life ahead from now on, but let me also help you to think about macro things a little bit, just to build perspective right from day one or day zero, right? If you think about the world's economy, if you think about how the world has prospered so far, a very well-respected measure of prosperity today being the Legatum Prosperity Index, which looks at the prosperity of a whopping 167 countries, the world has become very prosperous over the previous decades. And so the positive side of this story, you know, something that we should be happy about is that while even the bottom 40 countries on this index, their health, education, and living conditions have improved across the world, something that should concern us is that the gap between the richest and the poorest countries has only grown wider, right? The most prosperous and the least prosperous countries in the world are diverging rather than converging, with the least prosperous places becoming less safe, weakened, deteriorating institutions, as well as weakening economies. Why should this concern you? Well, you are growing to be managers with a global mindset, and these are things that you should be concerned with because they might just come back and haunt the supply chains of the company that you're working with. Another challenge that I'd like you to think about is the environment, right? How sustainable really are the sustainability solutions of the corporate world, right? If you think about it, I would just like to offer a small example of the Japanese automaker Mazda, right? So some of you who are autophiles may know that Mazda has earlier this year launched its electric vehicle in North America. They spent several years, their engineers spent several years figuring out, doing a lot of calculations to produce a car that was truly sustainable, right? But this has failed in the US. Why? Because when they figured out how to produce a very sustainable car, all they could do was to give it a very small battery. And that means that this car can run, has the juice to run only for around 200 kilometers. May be useful to Japan, but it's not cutting any ice with Australian and US customers. The third challenge that I'd like you to think about is the challenge of technology, right? It's almost taking monstrous proportions right now. And technology was something that was supposed to make your life easier, my life easier, less invasive. On the contrary, what do we find? A few days back, OpenAI CEO Sam Altman, the man behind, highlighted in the US Senate, no less, the possibilities and perils of using artificial intelligence. Now, mind you, your faculty over here are very alive to you and your combination and your work with ChatGPT, so we will have later on conversations with that. But the 38-year-old Sam Altman chose to shed light on how AI could interfere with election decisions as well as with job risks across the world. And he says AI needs to be regulated, a challenge, wicked, grand in nature, almost paradoxical. The fourth challenge that I'd like to talk about in order to conclude my perspective building address to you is more socio-psychological in nature, and somebody like me who's very interested in human behavior would like to get you to think about how, although we are living in a very, very interconnected world and you might be on all kinds of social media platforms, Insta, YouTube, Facebook, yet across the world we are becoming extremely lonely and disconnected, anxious people. Another major challenge, right? How do you solve these challenges? Well, the business school over here helps you to think about it and become better problem solvers along the way as we keep these conversations alive in your classrooms. So remain humble, remain honest, be a positive, proactive person and be extremely collaboration oriented, having the skills of someone like Kevin McCarthy, who's been able to help avert a major US default along the way. At SBM, you will have more of such discussions in your classroom, and I hope outside as well. Our academic and administrative leadership teams have been working round the clock for the previous several weeks to help facilitate your journey here, your induction into our ecosystem. I do hope that in these 2 years you will remain focused enough in your learning goals and maximize the opportunities that come your way. I look forward to seeing you and challenging you in class. Have a happy learning journey with us.
Thank you, Dr. Vora. Within the School of Business Management, every program possesses its own distinct essence, contributing a unique fervor to our academic offerings. Orchestrating the harmonious coordination of these programs, akin to a maestro leading an orchestra, are our esteemed program chairpersons. It is my great pleasure to seize this moment and present to you the distinguished individuals who serve as the program chairs, each playing a pivotal role in shaping the educational experience. In BJ Hall, I invite Dr. Hema Bajaj, Program Chairperson, MBA Human Resources, and Dr. Hari Iyer, Program Chairperson, MBA Pharmaceutical Management, to share a few words with their students and carry forward the proceedings. And here, I welcome Dr. Madhvi Gokhale, Program Chair, MBA, to share a few words.
Thank you, Professor Haldenkar. Dear students of the MBA core program, I am very pleased to formally welcome you again to your 2-year MBA program at the School of Business Management, NMIMS. Today, as many speakers have said before you, marks the commencement of an academic experience that will be a milestone in not just your career trajectory, but also your personal growth and development. The Honorable Vice Chancellor of NMIMS University, Dr. Ramesh Bhatt, and Dean Dr. Prashant Mishra have already set expectations and goals for you as our ambassadors and future young leaders. And I'm sure Mr. Vora's speech has triggered a spate of thought-provoking ideas, which I hope will stay with you lifelong. As the program chairperson of the MBA core program, my only prayer is that as you cope with the rigors of the curriculum and face the exciting challenges and opportunities of campus life, may you never lose sight of the reason why you're here. Not to get a degree, but to earn one. And may you understand the difference. The MBA program has been changed, chipped, and chiseled to create a blueprint for your success in a world that is currently as crazy as a car running on square wheels. While doing this, the chief goal
For successfully securing a place in this institution and the program.
Thank you.
What is this an indicator of?
Nothing. Sorry for the spontaneous impertinence. I promise not to repeat that in my class. As I was saying, while doing this, the chief goal we kept in mind was to impart skill sets and abilities to help you navigate the uncertain terrains of your future work life. We are not preparing you to settle down comfortably in a world that is going to welcome your expertise and charisma. We are preparing you to be constantly unsettled and unsatisfied so that you use restlessness and not complacency as a mantra for sustainable success. This sounds like a grandiose plan, isn't it? But it will translate into everyday little battles, little doses of unlearning, which I'm going to talk to you about post 3:30, and relearning with your faculty as well as your peers, and also little battles that you will fight every single day that you're here. Deadlines to be met, tasks to be performed, completed as a group, people to be persuaded and won over, and that includes the auto rickshaw wallas outside the building, who were recently nominated for the Filmfare Award for Best Supporting Villains in Maximum City. At the School of Business Management, the faculty team as well as the academic office double up as your guides, your mentors, your taskmasters, and sometimes your surrogate parents. And your peers, your seniors, and your juniors next year will soon become your new family with whom you will forge lifelong bonds. And while we haven't really made a film called Fantastic Faculty and Where to Find Them, let me tell you that we all sit on the 8th floor, and honestly, our cabins transform sometimes into the room of requirements. In SBM, as in Hogwarts, help will always be given to those who ask for it. Please stop smiling, Dumbledore. But while we guide you and advise you or admonish you, as the case may be, please remember we are not your teachers. We are facilitators who make learning happen if you allow it to happen. The onus is on you. So whether you make it to the Dean's List or the Wall of Fame in an MIMS or the who's who in the corporate world, like Mr. Nehal Bora here, it depends on your zeal, your passion, and your willingness to step up and make the most of your stay in SBM. And here you will be facing a real-time paradox that will be replicated in the big bad world outside. Each student sitting here is your competitor, but each student sitting with you here, as Dr. Prashant Mishra said, is also your potential friend, your team member, your roomie, your partner in crime, your dance and music buddy, angel in disguise, or your savior. So while you're here grappling with your learning curves, begin on the right note with your peers. Invest in relationships, not just in networking. Believe me, there's a difference. We are looking to you from this moment onwards to be our brand ambassadors, the face of the institute, and eventually creators of sustainable wealth and livelihoods, not just short-term profit for profit's sake. To remind you of the first line of the anthem of an MIMS, which you just heard, we do what is right and not what's easy. On a parting note, depending on what I saw at 9 a.m. in the morning, do not gorge too much on the vada pav outside the building. Stay healthy. And welcome once again to the SBM class of 2023. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Gokhale, for such a lovely speech. I would now call upon Dr. Chandrima Sikdar, Associate Dean Programs and Student Learning Experience at SBM and MIMS, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Thank you, Professor Ritesh Haldankar. Good afternoon to everyone once again. It is an honor to be here today and to be able to express my gratitude to everyone who made this event possible today. I would like to begin by thanking our chief guest, Mr. Nehal Vora, our alumni and an industry veteran who accepted our invitation to speak to our incoming batch of students on their very first day in spite of his extremely busy schedule. I am sure his talk focusing on 10 commandments of management has inspired you, the students, with his perspectives on how to make the best of your MBA journey and achieve your aspirations. We are immensely thankful to Dr. Bhatt, Vice Chancellor in MIMS University, for his suggestions and supports. His thoughts and insights have always been an active guiding force for all of us here at SBM. Dean Dr. Prashant Mishra, thank you, sir, for your constant guidance and encouragement, without which it would have been impossible for all of us here to continue working with so much of energy and efficiency. Thank you, faculty colleagues, for being here and gracing this occasion. Your presence is always a source of inspiration for all our student events and activities. I would be failing in my duty if I don't mention the university administration and the IT department for the support extended by them in helping us put together this inaugural ceremony. The school program office and administration team, no vote of thanks can be complete without the mention of the school academic administration team, led by Tejas Sumaya, Vaishali Gangan, Ashwini Dighe, Smita Kadam, Swapnali Kadam, Cheryl Monterio, Pinky Shah, Dattatreya Korgaonkar, Rajni Deshmukh, and Parag Sarvaikya. My sincere gratitude for the effort put by the team. They are the backbone of all successful events here at SBM. And lastly, students of batch 2023-2025, thank you for being a wonderful audience. Thank you and God bless you all.
Thank you, Dr. Sikdar. And thank you all of you for patiently listening to such amazing speeches. We now take a break of 30 minutes, so you can resume at 4 o'clock in the same premises. Tea is being served on the other side, so you can place yourselves. Thank you so much.
Hello.
Hello ma'am, can you hear us?
Yes, we can hear you. Can you hear us?
Yes ma'am, absolutely. Ma'am, we are good to go.
All right, thank you.
Hello? Yes, am I audible? Thank you. Please raise your hands if you are sleepy and tired. Welcome to life at SBM. For the next some time, I'm going to walk you through a talk on unlearning, learning and relearning, which is the first segment of the commencement program, which will continue from Monday onwards. Before we start, just please keep a watch on the mails that you receive from the academic office, which will tell you about the seating arrangement, the schedules, and other details so that you don't feel lost on Monday. So are we good to go with the PowerPoint? Right, as Chandrima ma'am reminds me, there's also some reading material that will be sent to you, a case which you have to read, which we will be discussing on Wednesday in individual classrooms, all right? Okay, it's been a long day, so let's begin and end. Can I have the next slide, please? And Professor Haldankar has been kind enough to volunteer to help me with the slides. So look very carefully at the title, because this is something that you have to take away from this seminar. Keep it with you, not just for your tenure in SBM, but also lifelong. So you have to learn to unlearn and relearn. Next slide, please. Before we actually get into the explanation of what I'm going to tell you, I want to walk you through a video. Some of you may already have seen this, I do not know. So can we start the video, please?
Hey, it's me, Destin. Welcome back to Smarter Every Day. You've heard people say it's just like riding a bike, meaning it's really easy and you can't forget how to do it, right? But I did something. I did something that damaged my mind. It happened on the streets of Amsterdam, and I got really scared, honestly. I can't ride a bike like you can anymore. Before I show you the video of what happened, I need to tell you the backstory. Like many 6-year-olds with a MacGyver mullet, I learned how to ride a bike when I was really young. I had learned a life skill, and I was really proud of it. Everything changed, though, when my friend Barney called me 25 years later. Where I work, the welders are geniuses, and they like to play jokes on the engineers. He had a challenge for me. He had built a special bicycle, and he wanted me to try to ride it. He had only changed one thing. When you turn the handlebar to the left, the wheel goes to the right. When you turn it to the right, the wheel goes to the left. I thought this would be easy, so I hopped on the bike, ready to demonstrate how quickly I could conquer this.
And here he is, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Destin Salem. First attempt riding the bicycle.
I couldn't do it. You can see that I'm laughing, but I'm actually really frustrated. In this moment, I had a really deep revelation. My thinking was in a rut. This bike revealed a very deep truth to me. I had the knowledge of how to operate the bike, but I did not have the understanding. Therefore, knowledge is not understanding. Look, I know what you're probably thinking. Destin's probably just an uncoordinated engineer and can't do it. But that's not the case at all. The algorithm that's associated with riding a bike in your brain is just that complicated. Think about it. Downwards force on the pedals, leaning your whole body, pulling and pushing the handlebars, gyroscopic precession in the wheels. Every single force is part of this algorithm. And if you change any one part, it affects the entire control system. I do not make definitive statements that often, but I'm telling you right now, you cannot ride this bicycle. You might think you can, but you can't. I know this because I'm often asked to speak at universities and conferences, and I take the bike with me. It's always the same. People think they're going to try some trick, or they're just going to power through it. It doesn't work. Your brain cannot handle this. For instance, this guy, I offered him $200 just to ride this bike 10 feet across the stage. Everybody thought he could do it. Now, you didn't understand. So, this way.
So, because of scarcity of time, we're not going to run through the whole video. You can see it for yourself. It's called Dustin Sandler's Backward Bicycle. Alright, we'll come to it by and by, but the whole point is when something changes, you no longer know what to do. It comes down to something as simple as that. How do you unlearn something that you have learned? And that too, something as a habit that is with you for so many years. It's difficult, all right? So let's look a little granularly at the process. What happens when we learn? Now, there are stages, right? When you were small, you did not know that you did not know. Okay. So, for instance, you did not know that you did not know how to drive a car. That's simple. Until somebody told you. Now, that is conscious incompetence. So what begins as unconscious incompetence becomes conscious incompetence. Right? So can I have the next slide, please? So, my favorite, Tanjiro Komodo. So, can I have the title, please? So, we move from unconscious incompetence to unconscious competence. Just let's wait there. I do not know that I do not know how to drive a car. Now, I know that I do not know how to drive a car. Now, I move from this to conscious competence. I know how to drive a car. But it doesn't stop there. Those who have driven a car for a good many years in this room do not need to be told to change the gears. It just becomes second nature to you, right? It just happens. And that becomes a heuristic. It becomes a part of your unconscious competence. You don't say, abhi main gear badlunga. No, it just happens. So it becomes unconscious competence. And that's how we learn. And that's the movement. Can I have the next slide, please? Can I have the title? Yes. So we apply knowledge and skill. So Tanjiro learns how to wield a sword. He's a demon slayer. Please follow this series, not this trimester, right, Chandrima? Later. Not for the next 2 years. Next, we apply knowledge and skills and, continue please, we achieve incremental outcomes that are better, cheaper, and faster. That's how you have been experiencing the world, both before the pandemic and after it. Let's move on, please. We correct our mistakes. And how? We learn it the hard way, right? Okay, next slide. You notice that I'm going fast, so it's going to end faster. So here's an example. Take a very careful look at this plane. Any aviation buffs in class, in this auditorium? Which one is this? Don't give away the story, sure. What plane is this? Havilland Comet, correct. Fantastic. This is the Havilland Comet. It's a triumph for British engineering. But the next slide will show you what happened in 1954. Can I have the next slide, please? So this plane met with an accident. In fact, there were 2 plane crashes. inexplicable. And as one of you pointed out, it had square windows. So after a lot of analysis, they found that cracks appeared where there was a lot of fatigue near the rivet points. And that is how all airplanes today have oval windows. All right? So we learned from what happened, what we experienced, and we corrected our mistakes and we improved. And that's a natural progression of technology, development, and the world as we know it. Yes, can I have the next slide, please? This is something that people in aviation know. So read it for yourself, and sometimes it comes at a terrible, tragic loss. We learn. And this was said by none other than, you watched the movie? Yes? So Captain Sully says this. Can we move on, please? So here comes the crux of this session. Is only learning efficiently enough in today's world? Now, since I made that a rhetorical question, obviously the answer is no. So can I move on then? But let's ask this question to a researcher, and a chocolate for the person who recognizes this scientist. Can we have the image, please? No Googling, naughty, don't do it. Who's this? Okay, can you at least tell me what he is holding in his hand? Radio? Camera, okay. It is the world's first digital camera, and it was invented by Steve Sasson, who worked in Kodak. And he went to his bosses, and he says, hey, look, I invented this. And it doesn't need film. It's filmless photography. And you know what they said? Can I have the next slide, please? They said, and you will understand why Kodak failed, but it was filmless photography. So management's reaction was, that's cute. Don't tell anyone about it. Because it's going to cannibalize our own business and we will be shut out. And that's how Fuji captured the market, and Kodak realized only too late. Oops, wait for my instruction. So the next example is, yes, can I change? Please. Netflix versus Blockbuster. Read all about it. It's all there on Google, lessons learned, etc. And maybe your marketing faculty will also bring it to class. So Blockbuster failed because of myopia. They laughed in the face of Netflix CEO when he went there for an alliance saying, maybe we can team up together. They said, online will never work. That's not how things go here. That's how we've been doing things all these years. So don't change, don't fix what ain't broken. And that is why Blockbuster was busted. And that's Netflix, the resounding success story of this century. They laughed all the way to the bank. All right? So this is also another example of how people refuse to look at the writing on the wall. Another classic example is Nokia. And you can also read all about it. Not the time and day to tell you the details. Can we move on, please? So this is the learning and the irony. You can read this for yourself. Just curiosity, can people sitting at the back actually read what is there on the screen? Oh, great, fantastic. So look at the last line and the last phrase, but poorly suited to let in new information. And that's classic human behavior. We are very comfortable with status quo. Anything that threatens status quo, we do not like. So you're going to stay in Mumbai, and I'm going to cook my own meals? That's new. And you feel uncomfortable. Then there's a frantic search for a khana banane wali chachi, and the negotiations begin. All because you don't want to embrace that change, and you look for ways and means to maybe undermine that change and bring about a comfort level for you yourself, and that brings in new problems. All right, so let's move on. Next slide. So there is a difference between the world then, and as these images will show you, we'll go by one title at a time. The world then was The world then was setting limits. So this is my boundary, this is my little world. I'm very happy, very contented with it, all right? And I'll sustain myself in it. So tiny communities, tiny networking units, and that's it. Second, incremental. I have the parent company in India, I set up a branch overseas, another branch, and I grow branches all over the world. So 135 branches overseas, old model. Next, formal hierarchies. So we have vice president, president, MDs, and all those 13 levels of hierarchy. Read a very interesting book which says, Who Says Elephants Cannot Dance? By Louis Kostner Jr. to tell you how he turned IBM on its feet and refused to acknowledge it as a white elephant. All right? But that's just a side note. Yes, can I continue, please? The world now. Next. The world now is about removing limits. As people everywhere will tell you, next week all the panelists are going to keep coming back to this point. Today, there are no limits because we grow exponentially. You can sit in your room, work on your laptop, and connect with millions of people all over the world and build a business. Something unheard of by your maybe fathers and grandfathers and mothers. Right? Let's continue. Fluid networks, no formal hierarchies. Nowadays, managers in IBM are not called managers, they're called individual contributors. And that's not just a semantic quibble, mind you. It's not just a linguistic kind of dexterity. It actually defines the fluid roles that we play without a formal hierarchy snuffing the system. Next, please. The challenges then were industrial espionage. I'm talking in terms of the business context, okay? The challenges now, what does this symbolize? Cyber security. Irony, na? Cyber insecurity. All my jokes are not worthy of being laughed at, okay? So, yes. Right, let's continue. Learning then. This is the NMIMS classroom. So, obviously we're going to learn inside the classroom. It's not as if we're going to throw the classroom model away. Please understand that. But learning now is, and I'm gesturing to this because this is what I can see. Yes. So you see, you're sitting in a group, you're discussing, you have a project, you've been given a task, and you have to complete it within a certain deadline. And from the variety of expressions that you see out there, you can see that there are varying degrees of understanding, not understanding, and argumentation. And as the Vice Chancellor correctly said in his speech in the morning, if somebody contradicts you, don't be upset. There might be a learning in there somewhere. More importantly, there might be an unlearning in there somewhere, because it comes from the perspective of the other. All right? And that is the first takeaway that I want you to take away with you. Do not call this as a personality clash or an ego problem. It's all fluid nowadays, and please listen to people. They have their own story to tell. Next, please. So the question is, what does one do? I am who I am, but this person will tell you, you must unlearn what you have learned. That is good, wasn't it? Thank you. I'm just practicing. So this is about unlearning, but easier said than done, young friends. How does one actually do it? Yes, next please. To emphasize the point further, before we come to something that I will do on stage to just make you understand, the illiterate of the 21st century will not be those who cannot read and write, but those who cannot learn, unlearn, and relearn. Alvin Toffler, Future Shock. If you've heard of the book, if you haven't read it yet, please do. In SBM, we put a lot of emphasis on reading material other than your curriculum, all right? So if you've lost the reading habit before the 7th standard, no, 12th standard, please pick up the habit again. All right, let's move on, please. So your conventional learning sources were, and this is a laundry list, textbooks, lecture notes, known technologies and methods, expertise, Python programming, anyone? Google, Chachu, YouTube, and drum rolls. Right? So this is what we learn from. And of course, these are very, very precious conventional learning sources. I'm not throwing them out of the window, because when you do something like this, you throw the baby out with the bathwater, right? And of course, the baby is precious. Let's think of something that will actually reinforce this learning. And for that, I would need around, very quickly, can I have 7 or 8 people come to the stage. Now, I guess you were sleeping during the dean's speech, so please come out. You were not, so you can come out, please. For diversity. Okay. For variety from other aisles, please come. How many do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Please come. 6. I like volunteers. Somebody who's borrowed his tie from Trump, please come. The red tie. Yeah. Come. Okay, and yes, somebody who's looking a little homesick. Come. Already, come. Okay, I think this is a good size. Group size, I mean. Occupy the center of the stage. Your first public appearance in SBM. Thank you. Keep your eyes closed, don't open them. Now what I'm going to tell them to do is open their eyes. And by the way, I just clicked a snap of you. Violated IT Act 2007, you don't mind. And you can open your eyes now, okay? And ask each other what color is there on a very superlatively big bindi that is there on your forehead, right? So ask each other the colors. Got it? You got your colors, you know your colors? Right, form groups, no? Form groups. Groups. Huh. Groups. Form groups. Right. Okay? Right. I want you to step forward, please. So they form groups. Easy peasy, right? क्या काय का टास्क था ये मैनेजमेंट स्कूल में ऐसे टास्क देने वाले तो he said, oh, color wise. Did I say that? So what made you assume that you were made to form groups based on color?
I just asked how many members and someone from behind us like colors wise to either.
Okay. Who was it that said color? Be not scared. This doesn't go into your evaluation yet. Who was it that said color? Harsh. You're Harsh. Okay. So you said color. Okay. So 30 seconds of fame in SBM. What made you think that you were supposed to form your groups according to color?
So we are supposed to ask each other which color bindi is there, and then each one. So there are two bindis of same color. So I just assumed that.
So thank you so much for volunteering. You can carry the bindis as a souvenir from SBM. Please. Thank you so much. So what was the catch here? Is there a mic somewhere which I can share with them? Anyone? What actually happened here? Correct. You don't even need the mic. Assumption. Now, when you assume, and I'm going to say something very impolite and rude, when you assume, you make an ass of you and me. ASSUME. Please remember this. I never said that they were supposed to make groups on the basis of color. Inherently, when we look at each other and we find similarities, we tend to gravitate to form a group. Right? And this assumption was very innocently made because you looked at each other and said, hey, blue, okay. Yeah? So this is what actually happens. And this is the first thing you have to unlearn in terms of assumptions. Believe me, it's very hard. I'm bordering on 57, but I'm still learning to get rid of my inherent prejudices, my assumptions, and my colored views on the world. You don't even know they are colored. Right? Oh wow, I got a metaphor inside as well. So let's proceed with the next slide. And I promise to end on time, seriously. So that's the first advice. Throw out these rigid mental models. Easier said than done, I know. So I'm going to walk you through a list. Understand that there's always a comfort zone of expertise. You have to go beyond this comfort zone. Finance and accounts. I don't know. I've never done finance. You got to do it. All right? So that's outside your comfort zone. Next. Assumptions and mindsets, which was demonstrated here. Next line, please. Intolerance of ambiguity and uncertainty. Many of the tasks which professors will set for you in SBM will not be very clear at first blush. There will be instructions, but there will be no detailed directions or guidelines. In the case study methodology, which we're going to walk you through next week, beginning 7 June, individual sessions of course, you will realize that there are certain spaces in which learning takes place where there is no specific direction or indication of what's coming up. And as our Dean and Vice Chancellor always say, there is no good or bad answer. It all depends on the context and what wisdom you can derive from the learning. So tolerate ambiguity, tolerate uncertainty, it will make life easier for you. Next please. Here's a story. a very curious story, if you've not heard it already. There was this company called General Mills, and they made something called Devil's Food Mix. It's a cake mix. You bake cakes using mix? No? Some of you may have. During the pandemic, there was a baking epidemic, apart from the viral epidemic. Now, what happened was this. The cake mix was very good. The outcome was a moist, very good cake. And yet, sales plateaued over a period of time. And they couldn't figure out why. And then they called in a Viennese psychologist. Enter the psychologist. Voila. Next slide, please. So, Ernest Dichter was a Viennese psychologist who was into marketing psychology. Read all about him, very interesting character. So he held what is now called an FGD, a focus group discussion. And he spoke to people about cake mixes and what they would want from a cake mix. And you know what? It turns out that people did not want it to be too easy. When you bake a cake, you're making it for someone you love, you're making it to gift it to someone. So if there's no effort, it's not a challenge. So what they actually did was they changed the recipe and they said, you have to add fresh eggs to our cake mix. And believe it or not, it became a success story. So the assumption and the mindset was that I make it very convenient for the customer, I sell it. But the truth was something else, and that they had to unlearn. So this is how they made their next advertisement. Yes, I made it myself. Sounds very cheesy now in this day and age, but that was the ad that came through. All right? Okay, can we continue, please? So baby steps for the road ahead. Please recognize that the old mental models no longer are relevant or effective. Find or create a new model that can better achieve your goals. You are not used to working in groups, get used to it. यही करना पड़ेगा in Bombay Hindi. Next, ingrain new mental habits. If you are not a morning person, you have to learn how to become one. Otherwise, you will never reach the 8:30 lecture. Next, be a dreamer, not just a tester. Dream. So last year, I used to tell them to be like Elon Musk. This year, I am trying to find a new role model. Be open to be challenged, and that is what we keep telling students the whole first trimester. Be open to be challenged. Don't be afraid. Don't be scared. And the next is cultivate not a temper, but a scientific temper. One of my favorite authors is Richard Dawkins, who is an in-your-face atheist, doesn't believe in God, but he's written beautiful books. And in one of them, which is called The God Delusion, he describes a scientist who walked up to another scientist who had just presented a paper which had debunked all the previous theories. Something that he had believed in for 15 years had gone down the drain as a result of his scientific research. And you know what happened? Can I have the next slide, please? He said, "Thank you for proving me wrong." That is scientific temper. So you have a new mental model which is going to work. You go up to the person and say, "Thank you, I was wrong." All right? So this is something you need to learn from Dawkins. I learned it myself. Okay, next. So what is unlearning? To forget and stop doing something such as a habit in a deliberate way because it is incorrect. So I'm just going to use one volunteer this time just to demonstrate it. Can I have the second point also, please? To discard something learned, especially false or outdated information from one's memory. So it's not as if you throw everything out. But if something no longer works, you don't use it. All right? So can I have you because you're closest? Please come. This will just take 2 minutes, yes? Okay, how rude of me. I didn't ask the names of the students who volunteered. What's your name?
Medha.
Medha. Okay, Medha, I'm going to give you very simple instructions. Okay? When I say step forward, you have to step forward. And when I say step backward, step backward. Looking too happy. Right? Okay, start. Step forward. Step backwards, step forward, step backwards. Right. Now comes the thing. Now I'm going to tell you to step forward, but you have to step backward. And vice versa. Right? Okay. This is what happens. So now the body is trying to grapple and embrace change, as Mr. Vora says. You have to embrace change, because semantically, beginning in this moment, the meaning of forward has changed to backward. Officially, yeah, SBM. Okay. Step backward. Step forward. Step forward. Step backward. Fantastic. Thank you, Meda. Thank you so much. And pick up your things, because that wallet looks interesting. Now, the little jitter that you feel will be very typical beginning 12th June. When you enter class and see your classmates and people load you with course outlines and rigorous tasks, these jitters are normal. Okay? So don't be fazed by them. Just understand that these are going to be challenging times. All right, can we continue, please? So is there a mantra? Of course there is. There's a mantra for everything nowadays. This word I cannot overemphasize, and because earlier speakers have spoken about it, I'm not going to reiterate it. But again, people must understand the difference between humility and false modesty. So, actually, I don't boast about my temperament, but this is not humility. It's false modesty. Next, be curious. If you think you are clever, trade cleverness for curiosity. Believe me, if you think you are the only smartest person in the room, very soon you will be the only person in the room. Especially if you start flaunting your cleverness. All right? So there's a difference between being curious and being clever, because being clever and assuming that you're clever shuts out learning. Next point, use feedback from your peers. People will give you feedback, and it's a very difficult experience to understand and accept feedback. Next point, please. And give feedback in return. In fact, in the communication area, we walk you through a session on how to give feedback and how to accept feedback. Next point, play the devil's advocate. Always ask questions bordering on what if? What if this is not right? What if there's another way of doing it? What if I'm wrong? All right? Next part, please. My favorite again. Assume that you are no one. Right? Follow Arya Stark. I could have gone on, but there's no time. Next. So how do you ready yourself for the future? Wait for it. Next slide. Oh, somebody got enamored by Barney. Cash. So this is what the Vice Chancellor was saying in the morning. KASH. So first is knowledge. This is Dalip Shangvi, author of the book The Reluctant Billionaire, India's first self-made billionaire, who used knowledge in a holistic way. I hate the word holistic. 379 candidates used it in their MBA level interview. So this is a dialysis machine, and he borrowed a technique used in the dialysis machine to create a process in pharma for a certain tablet. He has no background in medicine. But because he was looking at so many processes in tandem, holistically, this man became an epitome of knowledge without the education. Next point, please. Attitude. Suspend judgment. Look at this person. Who do you think he is? A farmer? Okay, can I have the next slide, please? He's a forest man of India. His name is Yadav Payang. Somebody from Assam would know him. He cultivated 550 hectares of land by planting trees every single day for a number of years, and he's also the awardee for the Padma Vibhushan, the highest honor, civilian honor in India. So when you looked at the picture earlier, farmer, and now he is Yadav Payang. So, thank you. Thank you for... Next slide. Observe everything around you. this eye belongs to a goat, a mountain goat. And if you notice, it's got a horizontal slit. So goats need this in order to look at things on both the sides. Or refer to popular footballer Pele with his greedy eyes. He could look at all parts of the field when he defended and attacked. So observe everything around you. Next part. One company that got it right was, okay, hold it there. Garib apni dehliz zarur rang karega, pura ghar chahe na kare. This is an Indian paint company. Anyone who can guess the name? Asian Paints. I love you. Asian Paints was the company that realized that maybe Indians will not paint the entire house, but they will need some paint to paint the thresholds of their houses. And that's how they made paint in order to cater to this industry. And they made it good. All right? Next. So, coming back to Destin Sandler, there is something called neuroplasticity. It is possible to unlearn. It is possible to learn anew. It is possible to relearn. So that is a challenge that you need to overcome. If you don't, remember Sandler and his bicycle, and remember how the video ends. You can go back and watch it and how he actually managed to ride the bicycle at the end. Can we go to the next slide, please? For 21st century leaders, you know what's happening in the world around you? Buildings that act like trees. People are working on this research. The next is factories whose effluents are the quality of drinking water. Amazing. Products that can be returned to industrial cycles to become raw materials for new products. There's serious research going on. So this is divergent thinking, this is unlearning and relearning at its best for a sustainable future. Next slide. In the words of Lao Tzu, to attain knowledge, add things every day. To attain wisdom, remove things every day. Next slide, please. At the end of the day, understand that the truth and people are multidimensional. You think you know a person for a long time, one day that person will come up with a surprise. Yes? So also things. And everything I said today may be wrong tomorrow. So don't take my word for it. Figure it out on your own. All right? And because we believe in giving credit to whatever references we have, this is the way we reference our research. And this is something you'll also get used to because you have to give references. We have 5 minutes for the question round. I was supposed to end at 5. It is 4:55. So thank you for your patience and your listening. And I will first take 1 or 2 questions here, and then we will ask for questions, if any, from the BG hall. All right? So, is the mic in the auditorium? Huh. Okay. Does anyone have a question? Yes. Can you have the mic, please, so that people sitting in the BJ hall can also listen to your question? Tikade.
So I just wanted to ask if the person who learned to ride that new kind of bicycle could ride the old one again.
Good question. So if you look at the video, going back to the old bicycle was again a difficult task. So he had to relearn again, right? Relearn again is redundant, right? Relearn. Yes. So going back to the old, like it happened for us in the pandemic, new normal they called it, and then going back to the old normal, you mean I have to sit inside a classroom and listen to the lecturer? I have to give up my happy pajamas? You have to relearn the old normal, right? Any other question? Yes, there's a question there. Can you travel with your mic from Villeparle to Santa Cruz? Yes, please. There's a small button.
Hello. Firstly, I don't know how you knew I'm from Santa Cruz, but apart from that,
serendipity. Yeah.
Apart from that, I want to know what are a couple of skills that you think are irreplaceable in this space where almost everything can be replaced by tech and AI.
Correct. So there are two skills. Maybe there are more qualities than skills because the jury is still out on the difference between a quality and a skill. One is adaptability. That can never be replaced because if everything is replaced, you need to be adaptable. And the second is empathy. Now, empathy is more of a quality, and I would like to sound a different note here. People keep on talking about empathy for others. I want you to understand that you need some empathy for yourself as well. I'm conscious that I'm talking to a cohort that has undergone the epidemic, survived the onslaught, faced a lot of challenges, maybe even losses, God forbid, and you've emerged stronger, right? And if you feel that you're anxious, as Dr. Veena Vora said, disconnected, have a little empathy for yourself as well, and that will take you far. Be a little kind on yourself. And when you do that, you learn to give yourself some space, detach from what is happening around you, tell yourself it's okay, and then start relearning again, right? So these are the two skills. Okay, we now ask people from, there's one more question. Can we just ask BJ Hall first? Then if there's time, we'll come back to you. How do we connect? BJ Hall, Dr. Hema Bajaj, if you're listening in, are there any questions from your audience, please?
Give us a moment, Dr. Madhavi. Any questions here? More questions? Sure. There is one question.
Ma'am, as you said, we have to unlearn some things. So there are some criteria where we need to unlearn up to a certain extent because the later part is necessary for like I would say, redevelopment of something. So is there a way to unlearn just a little part of it and then learn the whole new thing again?
Okay, are you an engineer?
Yeah, ma'am.
So engineers are accustomed to troubleshooting, and this is not an assumption or a mindset. This is serious research. Okay, so I honestly do not have a very pertinent answer as you speak. What I can say is, it doesn't work like that. When you are up against a situation, the extent, the bandwidth, or the amount of unlearning is not something that is measurable. It all depends upon what task is at hand and what it needs. So you have to do what it takes. Let me give you an example. You have ChatGPT now, right, as a tool. Now, you've learned how to write an essay. And now you have a series of prompts which can help you write an essay with ChatGPT's help. That does not mean that you unlearn the entire process of essay writing completely. Why? Because when ChatGPT generates an essay for you, who's going to evaluate that? You. So you will judge whether that essay actually serves your purpose. So while you have unlearned the process of creative writing on your own, and you have learned and relearned how to use prompts, because that's the future of the workplace, your boss might just tell you to use ChatGPT as an AI tool, and you have to relearn that. You cannot just go back and say, all right, I just forget how I learned essay writing, I'll throw it out of the window and I'll depend entirely on ChatGPT. Doesn't work like that. And that's just a singular example. All right? So I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes, he says. Okay. Thank you. Any more questions from BJ Hall?
Anyone who wants to ask a question?
Okay.
No one?
Okay, I think not. Then we will have one last question from this hall. Hema? Dr. Bajaj? Yeah, sure. All right. Okay. So, yes, can the mic travel there? Yes, you are. Okay, what's the question? In order to make way for the new. Sit down, please. Your brain has a processing capacity that is still untested, right? And if neuroplasticity is to be believed, it is not a mechanical process of removing and eliminating. Lao Tzu speaks about attaining wisdom. And when I talk about wisdom, it's a different kind of ability or an aptitude that you ingrain in yourself after having gone through several experiences. So it is not as if you have to eliminate everything. You just have to be careful and discriminate between what is useful for you and what is not useful any longer. Right? Let me speak in a divergent manner. Many years ago, when you were children, same-sex marriages were not heard of in our country. And today, it's an entirely new paradigm where we are slowly understanding the difference between sexual preferences and gender identity. The reason that I can stand up here and talk to you is my belief in you as a mature audience who knows that this is the truth and reality of today's world. And for me, I belong to, I think, baby boomers, no? Varun? Baby boomers. Ancient age, long ago. So, I belong there. It took me a while to kind of eliminate whatever prejudices I had, whatever assumptions I had about the happenings in today's world, and then grapple with reality as it unfolds. So, my young friend's question is very pertinent. It has to do a lot more with wisdom rather than knowledge. See, we have information, then we have knowledge, and then we have wisdom. Sometimes we use information for knowledge, and that knowledge is to be used for wisdom. Okay? And that's a very philosophical view, not to be expressed at 5 o'clock in the evening after a long day. But that's as much as I can say about the question. I hope this has helped. Yeah? All right. Thank you so much. And stay safe, stay healthy, and see you next week. Sorry, I forgot to thank Professor Ritesh Hardankar and Professor Varun Rujwani from the communications area who has stayed behind to help me in spite of it being a tiring day. So thank you so much. Do you want to make an announcement?
Thank you so much. You have had a taste of what SBM is. Have a pleasant evening and you are free to leave. Okay? Thank you.
हो गया